Hello everyone. Welcome to Midnight Story Channel. I'm here to help you today. I know many of you listen to these stories to help you drift off to sleep, and I'm honored to be part of your journey. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching now? Take a deep breath, get comfortable, and allow yourself to relax. Your story is about to begin. Story 1. The flickering neon sign of the Whispering Pines sliced through the thick, pre-storm gloom like a desperate, dying beacon as I steered my old sedan into the near-deserted lot. A knot of dread tightened in my stomach, a cold premonition that this stop was a mistake, but the bruised, heavy clouds overhead and the leaden weight of my eyelids gave me no choice. This dilapidated inn, with its peeling paint and forlorn air, would have to be my sanctuary for the night. I cut the engine, the sudden silence broken only by the cooling tick of metal and a distant rumble of thunder. The reception office's single, jaundiced window beckoned, its weak, yellow glow seeming to throb an unsettling rhythm with my mounting unease. With a reluctant sigh, I grabbed my worn duffel bag and stepped out into the oppressive, damp night air. The gravel beneath my worn boots crunched like brittle bones, each step towards the office feeling heavier than the last. Before my hand even brushed the cold handle, the door groaned open, revealing the night clerk. He was a man carved from shadows and pallor, tall, gaunt, with eyes so deep-set they seemed to gaze not at me, but through me, into something far beyond. His skin, a sickly green under the harsh fluorescent light, stretched taut over sharp angles, and his thin lips twisted into what I assumed was meant to be a welcoming smile, but instead resembled a rictus of pain. "Welcome to Whispering Pines," he rasped, his voice a dry, grating sound that slithered down my spine and raised goosebumps on my arms. "Just you tonight?" I could only manage a nod, my throat suddenly too constricted for words, as I reached for the register. I felt his gaze, a palpable weight, scrutinizing my every hesitant movement. The pen felt slick and alive in my suddenly clammy palm, and it took every ounce of concentration to keep my hand from betraying its tremor. "Room 13, he announced, sliding a heavy, old-fashioned key across the stained counter. "End of the row. Enjoy your stay." The way he uttered enjoy wasn't a pleasantry. It was a veiled threat, a chilling promise of something sinister. I mumbled a hurried thank you, and practically fled, desperate to escape his unsettling presence. Room 13 was exactly as my growing dread had foretold, a desolate echo of a forgotten era. Faded, peeling wallpaper clung to the walls, and a pervasive, musty odor, thick with decades of neglect, permeated the air. But it was shelter, a roof over my head, and as the first fat raindrops began to splatter against the window pane, I grimly told myself I'd made the right choice in stopping. I dropped my bag and collapsed onto the ancient bed, wincing as the protesting squeal of ancient springs pierced the silence. The television flickered to life with a burst of static, and I numbly flipped through the meager channels before settling on a late-night talk show. The host's forced, saccharine laughter offered a hollow, yet welcome, distraction from the growing fury of the storm outside. It was sometime past midnight when the sound first reached me, a soft, rhythmic scratching, emanating from the window. At first, I rationalized it, dismissing it as a tree branch, wind-whipped and scraping against the glass. But as I strained my ears, truly listening, a cold certainty settled over me. The sound was too deliberate, too persistent, too rhythmic to be natural. I muted the television, the sudden silence deafening, and sat bolt upright, every nerve ending screaming. The scratching continued, now punctuated by what sounded distinctly like whispering, a low, sibilant murmur just beyond the glass. My heart began to hammer against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of terror, as I slowly, agonizingly, turned towards the window, half expecting to see a grotesque face pressed against the glass. The threadbare curtains were drawn, yet in the narrow, imperfect gap where they didn't quite meet, I caught a fleeting glimpse of movement. A shadow, deeper and more profound than the night beyond, seemed to writhe and twist, an impossible, inky form. I blinked hard, willing my mind to dismiss it, to believe it was merely my exhausted imagination conjuring phantoms in the dark. But then I saw it, unmistakable and horrifying, a single, impossibly pale finger, slender and elongated, slid into the narrow gap between the curtains. It hooked around the fabric, as if intending to draw it back, to reveal whatever nightmare lurked on the other side. A strangled gasp caught in my throat, and I recoiled, leaping from the bed and stumbling backward until my back slammed against the opposite wall. The finger retreated, vanishing as swiftly as it had appeared, and for a long, agonizing moment, there was nothing but the oppressive silence. My breath came in ragged, desperate gasps as I remained frozen, eyes riveted on the window, waiting for something, anything, to happen. The curtains remained unnervingly still, yet I could feel a malevolent presence on the other side, watching, waiting. With trembling fingers, I fumbled for my phone, my desperate intention to call the police. But as the screen flickered to life, the harsh reality struck me: no signal. Of course. In my panic, I had forgotten how utterly remote this forsaken place was. A soft, insidious knock at the door jolted me, nearly stopping my heart entirely. "Everything all right in there?" It was the clerk's voice, somehow even more unnerving than before, its dry rasp now laced with an unsettling proximity. I tried to respond, but no sound emerged from my parched throat. I cleared it, forcing the words out. "Why, yes," I managed to croak. "Everything's fine." "Are you sure?" His voice was closer now, eerily close, as if he were pressed directly against the door. I thought I heard a disturbance. "No disturbance," I quickly replied, desperately trying to keep my voice steady. Just the TV. Sorry if I had it too loud." A long, unbearable pause stretched, and I held my breath, praying, begging him to leave. Finally, I heard the faint shuffle of retreating footsteps, and a shaky sigh of relief escaped my lips. I turned back to the window, half expecting to see a leering face pressed against the gap in the curtains, but there was nothing. Only the impenetrable darkness and the steady, monotonous patter of rain. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to leave, to drive through the storm if I had to. Anything would be better than spending another terrifying minute in this place. But just as I began to steel my courage, to make a desperate dash for freedom, a deafening crack of thunder ripped through the air, shaking the entire building to its foundations, and the lights flickered, then died, plunging the room into absolute darkness. In the sudden, profound blackness, my other senses sharpened to an agonizing degree. I could hear my own heartbeat, a frantic, thunderous drum in my ears. The musty, neglected smell of the room was overwhelming now, tainted with something else, something metallic and profoundly unpleasant. And then I heard it again, the scratching at the window. But this time, it wasn't confined to just one window. The insidious sound seemed to emanate from all around me, as if the entire room was surrounded by unseen, scratching things. I fumbled blindly for my phone, its feeble, dying light barely illuminating the encroaching terror of the room. The scratching intensified, and now, undeniably, I could hear whispers accompanying it. Dozens of voices, a cacophony of sibilant sounds, all speaking at once in a language that twisted my mind, utterly incomprehensible. The fragile light from my phone flickered one last time, then died, plunging me back into an even deeper, more absolute darkness. I bit back a terrified sob, stumbling backward, shrinking into a corner, sliding down the wall until my knees were drawn to my chest, making myself as small and insignificant as possible. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, no longer confined to the windows but seeming to swirl inside the room now, circling me like unseen predators, coldly assessing their prey. I squeezed my eyes shut, a futile attempt to shield myself from whatever unspeakable horror lurked in the blackness. A cold, clammy hand clamped onto my shoulder, and my eyes flew open, wide with terror. The room was dimly lit now, bathed in a sickly, pulsating green glow that seemed to emanate from no discernible source. And there, crouched before me, his face mere inches from mine, was the night clerk. Those deep-set eyes, now glowing with an unnatural malevolence, bored into my soul. That rictus grin was back, stretching impossibly wide, a grotesque, inhuman slash across his face. "I told you to enjoy your stay," he rasped, his breath hot and putrid on my face, a stench of something ancient and foul. I tried to scream, but no sound, no gasp, no whimper, would escape my throat. As my vision began to gray and recede, blurring at the edges, I saw shapes, twisted, inhuman forms, moving in the periphery, closing in around us, a silent, encroaching legion of nightmares. The last thing I heard, as consciousness slipped away, was the clerk's voice, no longer a single rasp but a chorus of many, whispering, chanting, in my ear, "Welcome to Whispering Pines, you'll never want to leave." I jolted awake with a strangled gasp, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs, sweat slicking my skin and soaking my clothes. Sunlight, bright and audacious, streamed through the gap in the curtains, brutally illuminating the dingy, stale motel room. For a stunned moment, I sat there, trying to wrestle the terrifying fragments of the dream from the harsh reality of the morning. The room looked precisely as it had when I checked in, shabby, outdated, utterly ordinary. There were no signs of the horrifying events I was sure I'd experienced. Had it all truly been just a nightmare, a product of an overactive imagination fueled by exhaustion? I scrambled out of bed and yanked open the curtains. The parking lot was bathed in the cool light of morning, my car sitting placidly where I'd left it. A few other vehicles were now parked nearby, suggesting other guests had arrived during the night, oblivious to the horrors I believed I had faced. A wave of profound relief washed over me, a physical lightness, but it was agonizingly short-lived. As I turned away from the window, something snagged my eye, something on the inside of the curtain. There, imprinted on the faded fabric, was a single, perfect handprint. It was far larger than my own, its fingers impossibly long. My blood ran cold, a terrifying iciness spreading through my veins, and I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over my hastily discarded shoes. I snatched my bag, my mind screaming at me to flee, not even bothering to change out of my rumpled clothes. The office was empty when I burst in, the same sickly yellow light buzzing malevolently overhead. I threw the heavy key onto the counter, its clatter loud in the silence, and turned to leave. Leaving so soon? The voice, dry and raspy, stopped me dead in my tracks. It was the clerk, emerging from a back room. In the harsh light of day, he looked disturbingly normal, tired, perhaps, but just an ordinary man. "I hope you enjoyed your stay," he said, his lips curling into that unsettling mockery of a smile. I mumbled something incoherent, a jumbled mess of sounds, and fled, not stopping until I was in my car, the doors locked with a frantic click. As I peeled out of the parking lot, tires squealing, I risked a glance in my rearview mirror. The clerk stood motionless in the office doorway, watching me go. And just for a fleeting, horrifying moment, I could have sworn I saw that impossibly wide grin, stretching from ear to ear, spread across his face. I drove for hours, putting as much distance as I possibly could between myself and the accursed Whispering Pines Inn. I told myself it was just a dream, a feverish product of an overactive imagination and far too many late-night horror movies. But deep down, in the cold, hollow pit of my stomach, I knew the chilling truth. Whatever truly happened that night at Whispering Pines, whatever I saw or didn't see, one thing was irrevocably certain: I would never, ever, stop at a remote motel again. Some places, once their insidious hooks are in you, never truly let go. And as I drove towards home, the sun climbing higher in the sky, I couldn't shake the terrifying feeling that a part of me was still there, trapped in room 13, waiting for the sun to set and the whispers to begin anew. Story 2. The forest had always been my sanctuary, a verdant cathedral of peace and predictable order. But on that moonless night, as my flashlight beam pierced the gloom to reveal a clearing bathed in an unnatural, flickering firelight, I realized that even the most familiar woods could harbor unspeakable horrors. The rhythmic, guttural chanting and the silent, hooded figures told me, with a chilling certainty, that I had stumbled across a line, one that might cost me everything to uncross. For over a decade, I'd been Ranger Ben Carter at Whispering Pines National Forest. Every winding trail, every babbling stream, every craggy outcropping was as intimately familiar to me as the calluses on my own hands, or so I'd always believed. It was a routine night patrol, nothing out of the ordinary. The crisp bite of early autumn was in the air, and a light mist, ethereal and spectral, clung to the forest floor, weaving between the ancient trees like ghostly fingers. I inhaled deeply, savoring the earthy scent of decaying leaves and damp moss. My flashlight's focused beam cut a narrow path through the encroaching darkness, illuminating the winding dirt track ahead. Somewhere in the distance, a great horned owl hooted, its mournful cry echoing through the vast, silent woods. I paused, listening intently. There was something else. A sound just at the very edge of my hearing, a whisper, a low, indistinct voice. Curiosity, a dangerous companion in the wild, piqued. I veered off the main trail, pushing through the tangled underbrush, following the faint sound. The branches, gnarled and grasping, seemed to clutch at my uniform like desperate hands, trying to hold me back, to warn me away. And then, abruptly, I broke through into a clearing. The sight before me froze the blood in my veins. A ring of cloaked figures stood motionless around a blazing bonfire, their arms raised in unison to the starless, oppressive sky. The hungry flames cast wild, dancing shadows that stretched and contorted across the forest floor, making the very trees appear to writhe and twist in silent agony. The chanting swelled, growing louder, a guttural, rhythmic sound that seemed to vibrate not just in the air, but in my very bones. I instinctively ducked behind the immense trunk of a gnarled oak, my heart hammering so violently against my ribs that I was certain they must hear it. peering cautiously around the rough bark, I tried desperately to make sense of the horrifying tableau unfolding before me. In the macabre center of the circle, a crude, makeshift altar had been erected. Its rough surface was stained dark with what I desperately prayed was animal blood, but a cold, certain dread deep within me knew otherwise. On top of the altar, a small bundle of cloth lay still, unnervingly small. Bile rose in my throat, hot and acrid, as the terrifying realization slammed into me, it had to be a child. One of the figures, taller and more imposing than the rest, stepped forward, raising a wicked-looking dagger high above their head. The chanting reached a fever pitch, a crescendo of ancient, unholy sounds, and I knew, with a desperate certainty, that I had to act. Without a moment for conscious thought, I burst from my hiding place, my voice raw as I screamed at the top of my lungs, "Stop! This is the park ranger. You're all under arrest." For a breathtaking moment, everything froze. The chanting cut off abruptly, the silence suddenly deafening, and a dozen hooded heads swiveled in unison in my direction. In the flickering, blue-green firelight, I caught fleeting glimpses of pale, shocked faces beneath the deep hoods. Then, chaos erupted. The cultists scattered like startled deer, melting into the deeper shadows of the forest with an impossible speed. I sprinted towards the altar, a desperate, frantic race against time, desperate to save whatever innocent life lay there. But as I reached it, my flashlight beam revealing its contents, my hopes crumbled. It was only a bundle of rags, a decoy. A twig snapped behind me, loud in the sudden quiet, and I whirled around, adrenaline screaming through my veins. One of the cultists stood there, their hood now thrown back, revealing a face I recognized with a sickening jolt of horror. It was Martha, the sweet old lady who ran the general store in town, always with a kind word and a warm smile. "Oh, Ranger Ben," she said, her voice now dripping with a chilling, saccharine concern, "you really shouldn't have come here tonight." I opened my mouth to respond, to demand answers, but a sharp, blinding pain exploded at the back of my head. The world tilted violently sideways, a kaleidoscope of blurred lights and twisting shadows, and the last thing I saw before the engulfing darkness took me was Martha's gentle, familiar smile, now horribly twisted into something cruel and utterly inhuman. I awoke to the rhythmic, chilling sound of dripping water and the cloying smell of damp earth. My head throbbed with a dull, insistent ache, and when I tried to move, I found my wrists and ankles bound tightly, ropes biting into my skin. I was lying on my side on what appeared to be a cold, rough stone floor, the unforgiving surface digging painfully into my hip. "He's awake," a voice whispered, seemingly from somewhere in the oppressive darkness. Footsteps approached, soft and deliberate, and a familiar face swam into view, slowly resolving from the gloom. It was Principal Thompson, the local high school principal. His usually kind, benevolent eyes were hard now, filled with a fanatical, unholy light that sent a fresh wave of chills through me. "Ben, Ben," he said, shaking his head sadly, a performance of regret. "What are we going to do with you?" I tried to speak, but my throat was raw, dry as sandpaper. Thompson seemed to understand, holding a water bottle to my cracked lips. I drank greedily, choking a little as the cool liquid hit my parched throat, a small, desperate act of survival. "Why?" I managed to croak out, the single word hoarse and raw, once I could speak again. Thompson sighed, running a hand through his thinning, gray hair. "You wouldn't understand. What we do, it's necessary. For the greater good, Greater good? I spat, the words laced with disgust and disbelief. You were going to sacrifice a child. He laughed then, a hollow, echoing sound that reverberated eerily off the cold cave walls. Is that what you think you saw, Ben? Oh, Ben, you have no idea of the forces at work here. More figures began to emerge from the deeper shadows of the cave, forming a loose, menacing circle around me. I recognized faces from town, a sickening parade of familiar visages, the librarian, the mailman, even young Timmy who bagged groceries at the supermarket, all people I'd known for years, all now revealed as members of this insane, monstrous cult. We've protected this forest for generations, Martha said, stepping forward, her voice soft but chilling. Long before it was a national park, long before your government drew lines on a map and called it theirs. We keep the old ways alive. Maintain the balance. Balance of what? I demanded, my voice shaking with a mixture of fear and defiance. Between our world and what lies beyond, Thompson replied, his eyes gleaming with a disturbing conviction. There are things older than humanity, Ben. Things that sleep beneath these mountains, that dream in the depths of the earth. And sometimes they hunger. A cold, insidious chill snaked its way down my spine at his words. I desperately wanted to dismiss it all as the insane ravings of madmen, but something in Thompson's unnervingly calm eyes told me he believed every word. So what now? I asked, trying desperately to keep my voice steady, to betray no fear. You can't just make a park ranger disappear. People will come looking. Martha smiled, that same gentle, unassuming smile that had greeted me 1,000 times over her store counter. Oh, we know. That's why we're going to give them something to find. My blood ran icy cold as the horrifying realization of her words washed over me. They were going to kill me. Stage it to look like an accident, a tragic mishap in the line of duty. You don't have to do this, I pleaded, a desperate, frantic whisper. I won't tell anyone what I saw. I'll transfer to another park. Move away. Please. But as I looked into their eyes, a chilling, collective resolve stared back. My words fell on deaf ears. Their minds were made up. Thompson nodded subtly to someone behind me, and I heard the unmistakable scrape of metal on stone. I struggled against my bonds, panic lending me a surge of strength I didn't know I possessed, but it was useless. The ropes held firm, biting cruelly into my skin. I'm sorry, Ben, Thompson said, and for a fleeting, terrifying moment, I could almost believe he meant it. But the forest must be protected. The hunger must be sated. I screamed then, a raw, primal sound that poured from my throat, a desperate cry against the inevitable. I thrashed and bucked, anything to buy myself a few more precious seconds of life, but strong, unyielding hands held me down, pressing me against the unforgiving cold stone floor. Just as I felt the terrifying, icy kiss of steel against my throat, a deafening, guttural roar shook the entire cave. It was a sound unlike anything I had ever heard before, a monstrous, resonant bellow that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once, vibrating through the very earth. The cultists froze, their faces masks of pure, unadulterated terror. No. Martha whispered, her voice a thin, reedy sound, devoid of its earlier composure. It's too soon. We're not ready. The cave shuddered violently again, dust and small rocks raining down from the ceiling like a grim confetti. In the sudden, overwhelming confusion, I felt the ropes at my wrists miraculously loosen. Someone had cut them. I looked up through the swirling dust to see young Timmy, his face pale and contorted with fear. "Run," he mouthed silently, his eyes wide with a desperate urgency. I didn't need to be told twice. I scrambled to my feet, shoving past the stunned, disoriented cultists. They were too preoccupied, too terrified by whatever ungodly sound had erupted, to stop me. I ran blindly through twisting, unseen tunnels, my only guide the faint, life-giving breeze that hinted at an exit. Behind me, I could hear screams, now joined by the sickening sound of crumbling rock and falling debris. Whatever the cultists had awakened, it clearly wasn't pleased. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only minutes, I burst out of the cave and into the pre-dawn forest, gulping in the cold, fresh air. I didn't stop running until my lungs burned with an agonizing fire and my legs felt like unstable jelly. Finally, I collapsed against the rough bark of a giant fir tree, taking in great, heaving lungfuls of air as my racing heart slowly began to calm its frantic beat. I realized, with a surge of disoriented relief, that I recognized where I was. Somehow, in my blind, desperate flight, I'd stumbled back onto a main trail. I staggered back to the ranger station, my mind reeling, struggling to process the surreal horror of everything that had just happened. I knew I should call for backup, report what I'd seen, but who would believe me? And more importantly, who could I truly trust? As the sun, a warm, golden orb, rose majestically over whispering pines, painting the sky in breathtaking shades of pink and gold, I made a silent, grim decision. I would keep quiet. For now. But I would watch. And I would wait. Because now I knew the chilling truth. The forest held secrets far darker and more terrible than I could have ever imagined. And someone had to stand guard against the unspeakable horrors that lurked, perpetually, in its ancient shadows. The chanting may have stopped that night, but the whispers in the woods, they were just beginning. Story 3. The crunch of fallen leaves under my boots had been my sole companion for miles, a rhythmic, solitary soundtrack to my increasingly desperate track. But as I finally crested the barren hill and spotted a faint tendril of smoke curling lazily from a cabin nestled in the distance, a surge of pure, unadulterated relief flooded my chest. I had no idea that my desperate search for help, my naive hope for sanctuary, would lead me straight into the deceptive embrace of a family whose warm smiles concealed secrets far darker and more twisted than the untamed wilderness I'd so foolishly lost myself in. I'd always prided myself on my self-reliance, my rugged independence. As an experienced solo hiker, I'd confidently believed I could handle anything the backcountry of the Appalachian wilderness could throw at me. But 3 grueling days into what was supposed to be a leisurely week-long trek, I had to grudgingly admit, I was in serious trouble. It had started subtly, with a single misstep, a loose, deceptive rock on a particularly steep trail that sent me tumbling, painfully, down a ravine. My ankle wasn't broken, thankfully, but it was swollen to twice its normal size, a throbbing, purple mess that slowed me to an agonizing crawl. Then came the storm, a sudden, relentless deluge that transformed the already challenging forest floor into a treacherous, sucking mudslide and soaked every ounce of my meticulously packed gear. By the 3rd day, I was limping along, leaning heavily on a makeshift walking stick, my carefully rationed food supplies dwindling to a disheartening minimum, and my spirits plummeting to depths I'd never experienced. The familiar, comforting trails had somehow warped into an endless, disorienting maze of identical trees and misleading, overgrown paths. My usually reliable GPS watch had died a silent death, its solar charger rendered utterly useless under the constant, oppressive canopy of bruised, gray clouds. So, when I saw that thin, fragile tendril of smoke curling above the treetops, it felt like nothing short of a miracle. I quickened my pace, or rather, as much as my throbbing, protesting ankle would allow, a desperate surge of hope giving me a fragile second wind. The cabin finally materialized into view as I broke through a dense, thorny patch of underbrush. It was a sturdy, squat structure, all rough-hewn logs and a steeply slanted roof that had clearly seen better, kinder days. A battered pickup truck, its once vibrant red paint faded to a dull, rusty brown, sat haphazardly in the muddy drive. I hesitated at the edge of the clearing, a sudden, acute self-consciousness washing over me as I considered my appearance, mud-caked, unshaven, probably wide-eyed with exhaustion and a touch of wildness. I took a deep, steadying breath and raised a tentative hand to knock on the heavy wooden door. It swung inward almost immediately, revealing a stout, weathered woman with eyes like chips of flint and a no-nonsense demeanor. "Well," she said, her voice as rough and gnarled as the bark on the surrounding ancient trees, her gaze sweeping over my bedraggled appearance, "looks like you've had yourself quite a time out there." I nodded, trying to force a friendly, reassuring smile despite my apprehension. "Ma'am," I began, my voice hoarse from disuse, "I hate to trouble you, but I've gotten myself a bit turned around out here. I was hoping I could use a phone to call for some help." She regarded me silently for a long, unnerving moment, her expression unreadable. The silence stretched, long enough that I began to wonder if I should just apologize, turn, and limp away back into the unforgiving woods. But then, slowly, her face softened into something approximating a smile, a sudden, disarming warmth. "No phone out here, I'm afraid," she said, her tone gruff but now edged with a strange, almost maternal concern. "But you look like you could use a hot meal and a place to rest that leg. Why don't you come on in?" A profound wave of relief, so potent it made me feel lightheaded and weak, flooded through me. "Thank you," I managed to stammer, my gratitude genuine. "I really appreciate it." She stepped aside, allowing me to hobble past her into the cabin's dimly lit, cozy interior. The inside was cluttered but undeniably warm, a fire crackling merrily in a large stone hearth, casting dancing, orange shadows on walls adorned with a mishmash of faded photographs and what looked eerily like hand-drawn maps of the surrounding wilderness. "Pa!" the woman called out, her voice echoing through the small space. "We've got company." A door at the back of the room creaked open, and a tall, lean man stepped out. His face was deeply weathered, marked by the sun and harsh winds, deep lines etched around eyes that seemed to assess and then dismiss me in a single, unnerving glance. "This here's my husband, Jeb," the woman said. "I'm Mabel." "And you are?" "Mike," I replied, extending my hand in greeting. Jeb ignored it, his gaze unblinking, but Mabel took my hand in a surprisingly firm, calloused shake. "Well, Mike," Mabel continued, her voice resuming its gruff hospitality, "why don't you have a seat by the fire, and I'll fix you up something to eat." I sank gratefully into an overstuffed, worn armchair, the radiating warmth of the fire immediately beginning to seep into my chilled, aching bones. Jeb remained standing, his eyes never leaving me, a silent, unsettling presence, as Mabel bustled around in what I assumed was the kitchen area. "So, Jeb said, his voice low and gravelly, breaking the tense silence. "What brings you to our neck of the woods?" I recounted my story: the hike, the fall, the relentless storm, the dying GPS. As I spoke, I noticed Jeb and Mabel exchanging quick, almost imperceptible glances, a silent, unspoken communication passing between them, a fleeting shift in their expressions that filled me with a fresh, insidious unease. "Sounds like you've had quite the adventure," Mabel said, placing a steaming, hearty bowl of stew in front of me. "Eat up now, you'll need your strength." The stew was, surprisingly, delicious, rich, savory, and incredibly hearty. I hadn't realized the true depth of my hunger until the first spoonful hit my tongue. I ate greedily, barely pausing for breath, scraping the last bits from the bowl with the spoon. As I finished, a new, unsettling presence in the room caught my attention. A young woman had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, standing silently in the corner, partially hidden by the deep shadows. But I could feel her eyes on me, a palpable, unnerving weight. "That's our daughter, Sarah," Mabel said, following my gaze. "She's shy around strangers." I raised a hand in a small wave of greeting, but Sarah remained motionless, her face an unreadable, unsettling mask. "Thank you again for your hospitality," I said, setting the empty bowl aside. "I don't suppose you could point me in the direction of the nearest town? I can try to make it there tomorrow." Jeb and Mabel exchanged another one of those loaded, silent glances, a flicker of something unreadable passing between them. "Now, don't you worry about that," Mabel said, her tone suddenly soothing, almost cloying. "You're in no shape to be traipsing through these woods tonight. You'll stay here until we say otherwise." I wanted to protest, to insist that I'd already imposed enough, that I needed to leave, but the pervasive warmth of the fire and the comforting fullness of my belly were making my eyelids heavy, blurring my thoughts. The thought of a real bed, even for one night, was too tempting to resist, a lure I couldn't fight. "That's very kind of you," I mumbled, already half asleep, my words slurring. I don't remember being led to a bedroom, or even walking, but I must have been, because I woke up in one. Pale morning light filtered weakly through dusty, grime-coated curtains, barely illuminating a small, sparsely furnished room. For a disoriented moment, I couldn't remember where I was. Then, with a sudden, sickening jolt, it all came flooding back: the fall, the storm, the cabin in the woods, the strange, unsettling family. I sat up, wincing at the stiffness in my ankle. It looked marginally better than it had yesterday, the swelling noticeably reduced. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, intending to find my hosts and thank them again for their unexpected kindness. That's when I noticed it. The door was locked. From the outside, a cold tendril of unease, sharp and insidious, curled in my stomach. I desperately told myself there had to be a reasonable explanation. Maybe it was an old house with quirky locks. Maybe they'd locked it out of habit, forgetting I was inside. I knocked on the heavy wooden door, calling out a tentative, hopeful hello. No response. I pressed my ear to the rough wood, straining to hear any sound of movement from the other side. Nothing. The cabin was as silent as the dense, ancient forest outside. I moved to the single window, thinking I could at least see what was happening outside, but the glass was thick and cloudy with age and grime, offering only indistinct shapes and blurred shadows. The tendril of unease blossomed into full-blown, raw anxiety. Something was profoundly, terribly wrong here. I don't know how long I sat there, alternating between pounding on the door with increasingly desperate fists and futilely trying to force the window open. My voice grew hoarse from shouting, my hands raw from clawing at the unyielding wood and glass. Just when I was contemplating the desperate, last-ditch effort of trying to break the window with the bedside lamp, I heard footsteps approaching. The lock clicked with a chilling finality, and the door swung open, revealing Mabel. She carried a tray of food, her face unnervingly cheerful, but her eyes were cold, devoid of warmth. "Good morning, sleepyhead," she chirped, a sickly sweet tone. "Thought you might be hungry. Why was the door locked?" I demanded, my voice shaking uncontrollably despite my desperate efforts to keep it steady. Mabel's smile never faltered, a painted, unmoving mask. "Oh, that old thing sticks sometimes. Did you have trouble with it? I'm sorry about that." She set the tray down on a small, rickety table, then turned to leave, her movements deceptively swift. I caught her arm, perhaps a bit more roughly than I intended, my grip desperate. "Please," I pleaded, the words tumbling out. "I appreciate your hospitality, truly, but I really need to be going. If you could just point me towards the nearest town." Mabel's face hardened instantly, all pretense of friendliness vanishing like smoke. Her eyes, those cold, flinty eyes, narrowed. "Now, Mike," she said, her voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl, a chilling undercurrent of menace. "I thought we'd discussed this. You're in no shape to be wandering these woods alone. You'll stay here until we say otherwise." She yanked her arm from my grasp with surprising, brutal strength, backing out of the room. The door slammed shut with a reverberating thud, the lock clicking into place with a sound of utter finality. I sank onto the bed, my mind reeling, a terrifying vortex of questions. What had I gotten myself into? What did these people want with me? As the long, agonizing day wore on, I cycled through stages of frantic panic, white-hot anger, and desperate, futile planning. I meticulously searched the small, Spartan room for anything at all, I could use as a weapon or to aid in an escape, but came up completely empty. The window, I discovered, was not just stuck. It was nailed shut from the outside. Night fell, bringing with it new, chilling sounds. Chanting. Low, guttural, rhythmic chanting, drifting up from somewhere below, from the very foundations of the cabin. Occasionally, through the grimy, opaque window, I caught glimpses of flickering, orange firelight, dancing in the impenetrable gloom. In the early hours of the morning, when the chanting had finally faded and the house was swallowed by an unnerving silence once more, I heard a soft scratching sound at my door. Then a whisper. "Mister? Are you awake?" It was Sarah, the daughter, the one I'd barely glimpsed the night before. "Yes," I whispered back, my voice hoarse, "I'm awake." "What's going on? Why are they keeping me here?" There was a long, agonizing pause, filled only by the frantic pounding of my heart. Then, "They think you're the one," she whispered, her voice so low and fragile I had to strain to hear it. "The sacrifice. The forced demands." My blood ran icy cold, a numbing dread seizing me. "Sacrifice? What are you talking about?" "I can help you," Sarah said, her voice a little stronger now, a fragile thread of hope in the suffocating darkness, "but you have to trust me. And you have to be ready to run." I pressed my face against the narrow crack of the door, desperate. "I trust you, Sarah. Just tell me what to do." "Tomorrow night," she whispered, the words barely audible, "when the moon is highest. Be ready." And then she was gone, her soft footsteps fading silently down the hallway, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the suffocating weight of my impending doom. I spent the next day in a state of heightened, agonizing hypervigilance, jumping at every subtle sound, every creak of the old cabin. My nerves were frayed, stretched to breaking point. Mabel continued to bring food, her fake, saccharine cheerfulness more terrifying, more insidious, than any outright threats would have been. As night fell, the chanting began again, louder this time, a pervasive, chilling thrumming that seemed to penetrate the very walls. I positioned myself by the door, every muscle tense, coiled, waiting for Sarah's signal. When it came, it wasn't what I expected. A blood-curdling scream tore through the night, followed by the violent sound of breaking glass from somewhere downstairs. In the immediate confusion and chaos that followed, my door flew open. Sarah stood there, wild-eyed, a bloody kitchen knife clutched in her trembling hand. "Run!" she hissed, her voice raw, frantic. "Now!" I didn't need to be told twice. I bolted past her, down the creaking stairs, and out the open front door, a desperate, gasping flight into the stormy night. Behind me, I could hear shouts, angry, frustrated shouts, and the sound of pursuit. I ran like I had never run before, my earlier ankle injury completely forgotten in the searing rush of adrenaline. The forest was a dark, terrifying blur around me, branches whipping at my face, unseen roots threatening to trip me at every pounding step. I don't know how long I ran, or in what direction. All I knew was that I had to put as much distance, as much physical space as possible, between myself and that horrifying cabin, between myself and that family of monsters. When I finally stopped, gasping for breath, lungs burning, the night was silent around me. No pursuit, no chanting, nothing but the normal, soothing sounds of the forest at night, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl. As the first pale light of dawn began to break through the dense canopy of trees, I found myself on a familiar trail. Somehow, miraculously, in my blind, panic flight, I'd made it back to a marked path. I limped into a ranger station hours later, my mind reeling, the story spilling out in a jumbled, incoherent mess of half-formed sentences and raw terror. They sent out search parties, of course, but found no trace of the cabin, no trace of its inhabitants. To this day, I don't know if what I experienced was real, a horrifying, tangible nightmare, or some fevered dream brought on by days of isolation, injury, and profound fear in the vast, unforgiving wilderness. But one thing is certain, I'll never hike alone again. Because sometimes, the most dangerous predators in the forest walk on two legs. And they offer you to by a warm fire. Story 4. The moment my fingers brushed against the leather-bound spine, a shiver, cold and electric, traced its way up my arm. I knew, with an unsettling certainty, that I had stumbled upon something profoundly extraordinary, something far more than just another dusty tome. It was hidden behind a faded velvet curtain in a forgotten, neglected corner of the town library's ancient basement. These ancient volumes, their pages whispering secrets from a bygone era, spoke of a town ensnared in a ceaseless, malevolent cycle of darkness. Little did I know, by daring to open those forbidden pages, I was about to become inextricably entangled in a centuries-old curse, a chilling legacy that would shatter the very foundations of our quiet, unassuming mountain community. I'd always found solace, a quiet refuge, among books. As Eleanor Vance, the unassuming head librarian of Oak Haven's small public library, I spent my days immersed in the comforting, musty scent of old paper and the gentle, rhythmic rustle of turning pages. It was a peaceful existence, if a trifle mundane, a life of quiet routine. But all that changed, irrevocably, on a tempestuous Tuesday afternoon in late October. I was performing my usual rounds, mindlessly reshelving books and straightening the perpetually disheveled stacks, when my gaze snagged on something peculiar, a faded velvet curtain, heavy and incongruous, hanging in a neglected corner of the library's cavernous basement. It swayed almost imperceptibly, despite the complete absence of a breeze, a silent, unsettling invitation. Curiosity, a potent and often dangerous impulse, piqued. I pulled it aside, the velvet thick and heavy under my fingers. Behind the curtain was a small, hidden alcove, barely visible, lined with shelves I'd never seen before, shelves that defied the library's meticulous catalog. And on those shelves sat a collection of books that looked impossibly old, far older than the town itself, their very presence a chilling anomaly. Their spines were cracked and brittle, worn smooth by the passage of countless hands, their titles faded to near illegibility, silent witnesses to forgotten eras. But one book, larger and more imposing than the rest, seemed to call to me, its presence a palpable hum in the silent air. As I reached for it, a profound chill, unnaturally cold, ran down my spine. The leather cover was cold to the touch, a clammy, tomb-like coldness. I pulled it from the shelf, my hands trembling slightly with a mixture of apprehension and morbid fascination, and slowly, deliberately, opened it. The pages within were filled with cramped, spidery handwriting, dense and almost indecipherable, the ink faded to a rusty, ancient brown. As I skimmed the first few paragraphs, my eyes widened in disbelief, then horror. This wasn't just any old book. It was a personal journal, painstakingly written by one of Oak Haven's very first founders, over 2 centuries ago. I sank to the cold, dusty floor, my back pressed against the unseen shelves, and began to read, oblivious to the passage of time. Hours slipped by unnoticed, devoured by the chilling revelations contained within the journal's brittle pages. The writer, a man named Jeremiah Thorne, spoke in hushed, terrified tones of dark rituals and ancient, unspeakable pacts. He meticulously chronicled a horrifying bargain struck with something ancient and terrible, a malevolent entity that slumbered restlessly beneath the looming mountains. A deal, he wrote, that guaranteed the town's prosperity, its very survival, in exchange for periodic, grisly sacrifices. My blood ran cold, a creeping, numbing dread, as I devoured account after account of mysterious disappearances, of tragic, inexplicable accidents, and of sudden, unexplained deaths. Each horrifying event coincided, with an unnerving precision, with times of great fortune and prosperity for Oak Haven. The pattern was undeniable, a horrifying tapestry of suffering stretching back across decades, weaving through the town's very fabric. But what truly, utterly chilled me to the bone was the horrifying realization that this insidious pattern extended far beyond the journal's yellowed pages. As I read, my mind, now hyper-alert, began to recall scattered news stories, fragments of overheard gossip, chilling anecdotes from my own years living in Oak Haven. The unexplained, sudden death of the mayor's only son, just before the town received a massive, unprecedented grant for development. The sudden, baffling disappearance of a young girl, barely a teenager, just days before the new textile factory opened. bringing hundreds of desperately needed jobs to the struggling community. I slammed the heavy book shut, the sound echoing unnervingly in the silent basement, my mind reeling, a chaotic storm of disbelief and dawning terror. This couldn't be real. It had to be some elaborate hoax, a grotesque piece of historical fiction masquerading as truth. But deep down, in the cold, rational part of my mind, I knew. The details were too specific, too chillingly precise. The correlations too perfect, too devastatingly undeniable to be mere coincidence. As if to confirm my worst, most terrifying fears, a sudden, deafening crack of thunder shook the entire building, rattling the very foundations, and the lights in the basement flickered ominously, threatening to die. I scrambled to my feet, clutching the ancient journal to my chest as if it were a shield, my mind screaming. I had to tell someone. Had to warn people about what I'd discovered, about the insidious evil lurking beneath their feet. But as I reached the top of the creaking stairs, my hand on the cold banister, I hesitated. Who would believe me? I'd sound like a madwoman, raving about ancient curses and blood-soaked sacrificial pacts. I needed proof. Needed to understand more, to gather irrefutable evidence, before I could even hope to convince anyone else of this horrifying truth. Over the next few weeks, I threw myself headlong into my research, driven by an unholy obsession, propelled by a mixture of terror and a grim determination. Every spare moment was spent poring over the hidden books, cross-referencing their chilling accounts with brittle town records, meticulously examining faded old newspapers. The more I uncovered, the deeper I delved, the more utterly terrified I became. It wasn't just one journal. There were dozens, a horrifying chronicle, meticulously passed down through generations of Oakhaven's supposedly esteemed founding families. Each volume picked up precisely where the last left off, detailing the town's dark bargain and the escalating prices paid, in blood and tears, to maintain its fragile prosperity. I began to notice things I'd overlooked before, chilling details that now screamed for attention, the unsettling way certain family names, the very pillars of Oakhaven society, appeared again and again in positions of power, interwoven through centuries of civic life. The subtle, almost imperceptible symbols carved into the cornerstones of the oldest, most prominent buildings. The whispered conversations that would abruptly cease, a sudden, chilling silence descending whenever I entered a room. One night, as I was meticulously locking up the library, the last patron gone, I felt an undeniable presence, a pair of eyes on me. I turned, my heart leaping into my throat, to see Mayor Thompson standing motionless across the street, illuminated by the cold glow of a distant street light, watching me with an unreadable, unsettling expression. He raised a hand in a slow, almost languid greeting, but there was something profoundly off about his smile, something predatory and knowing. I hurried home, my steps quickening, double-checking, then triple-checking, that I'd locked all my doors and windows, a futile attempt to seal myself off from the encroaching darkness. The next morning, I awoke to find a crisp envelope slipped neatly under my front door. Inside was a single sheet of expensive, heavy stationery, bearing only 5 words, penned in elegant, unnervingly precise script: "Some secrets are best forgotten." My hands shook uncontrollably as I crumpled the note, my mind racing. They knew. Somehow, impossibly, they knew what I'd discovered. I was no longer just an observer, an unwitting historian of their dark past. I had become a direct, undeniable threat. That day at the library, I noticed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Whispers followed me like an unseen shadow, hushed and insidious. Patrons, usually so absorbed in their books, would fall silent as I approached, their eyes following me with a chilling mixture of suspicion and something that looked unsettlingly like pity, a grim understanding I couldn't yet fully grasp. Even my assistant, Sarah, usually a beacon of cheerful, effervescent energy, seemed different. Her customary bright demeanor was replaced by a nervous, almost frantic energy, her smiles not quite reaching her eyes, a shadow of fear lurking beneath the surface. As closing time approached, Sarah lingered, fidgeting with books, meticulously tidying shelves long after she'd usually have left, her movements hesitant and uncertain. Finally, as I was about to lock up, the heavy key cold in my hand, she burst out, her voice a strained whisper, "Miss Vance, I think you should be careful." I froze, key halfway to the lock, every nerve ending screaming. "What do you mean, Sarah?" She glanced around nervously, her eyes darting to the empty aisles, as if checking for unseen eavesdroppers, then leaned in close, her voice barely audible. "I've heard things about the books you found. About what you've been researching. People are concerned." My heart pounded, a frantic drum in my chest, but I forced myself to keep my voice steady, betraying no fear. "Concerned about what, exactly?" Sarah's eyes darted frantically to the windows again, as if expecting to see shadowy figures lurking in the twilight. "Just some things are meant to stay buried, you know. For the good of the town." She squeezed my arm, her grip surprisingly strong, her expression a desperate, pleading mask. "Please, Ms. Vance. Let it go. For your own sake." Before I could respond, before I could ask a single question, she hurried out the door, her footsteps echoing in the suddenly cavernous silence, leaving me utterly alone with my racing thoughts and the suffocating weight of centuries of dark, unspeakable secrets. That night, sleep was an impossible luxury. Sarah's frantic warning echoed endlessly in my mind, mingling with the horrifying, gruesome details I'd unearthed in my research. I tossed and turned, caught in a restless, feverish torment, plagued by nightmares of shadowy, shifting figures and ancient, hungry things stirring restlessly beneath the earth. I was jolted violently awake by a loud, shattering crash, my heart pounding, a terrified animal trapped in my chest. I sat bolt upright in bed, straining my ears in the oppressive darkness. Another crash followed, closer this time, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of breaking glass. Someone was in my house. Panic, cold and paralyzing, threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced myself to think, to focus. The journals. I had to protect them. I'd brought the most damning, incriminating ones home for safekeeping, hidden in a locked, antique chest tucked under my bed. As quietly and stealthily as I could, I slipped out of bed and retrieved the heavy chest. The chilling sound of intruders grew closer, heavy, deliberate footsteps on the stairs, ascending to my floor. With shaking, clumsy hands, I unlatched my bedroom window and, with a desperate surge of adrenaline, climbed out onto the rickety roof of the porch below. The cool, sharp night air hit me like a slap, a brutal splash of reality, clearing some of the fog of fear from my mind. I made my way carefully, agonizingly slowly, along the precarious edge of the roof, the heavy chest clutched tightly, protectively, to my chest. Just as my trembling fingers reached the corner of the house, my bedroom door burst open with a splintering crash. I heard muffled curses, angry, frustrated growls, as the intruders realized I wasn't there. I didn't wait to see what they'd do next. I lowered myself off the roof, dangling precariously for a heart-stopping moment, the ground impossibly far below, before dropping with a painful thud to the damp earth. A searing pain shot through my ankles, a sharp, white-hot agony, but the raw adrenaline coursing through my veins kept me moving. I ran, barefoot and still in my pajamas, clutching the chest of forbidden knowledge like a desperate lifeline, a sacred relic. I didn't have a specific destination in mind, driven only by the primal, desperate need to get away, to escape, to protect the horrifying truth I'd uncovered. But as I ran blindly through the silent, sleeping streets of Oak Haven, a desperate, frantic plan began to coalesce, to form in the chaotic storm of my mind. The old bell tower. It stood on the very edge of town, long abandoned for years, a forgotten monument, but still sturdy, still defiant. From its height, I could see anyone approaching for miles around, a perfect vantage point. And more importantly, it had a working internet connection. The town, in a failed, misguided attempt to transform it into a kitschy tourist attraction, had installed Wi-Fi there years ago. I made my way there, every shifting shadow seeming to harbor a lurking pursuer, every creak of a branch sounding like a footstep behind me. By the time I reached the tower, my feet were bleeding, raw and bruised, and my lungs were on fire, screaming for air, but I didn't stop. I climbed the winding, spiraling stairs, each step a testament to my desperate will, not daring to rest until I reached the very top. As the first fragile light of dawn, pale and hesitant, broke over the rugged mountains, painting the sky in soft hues, I sat perched in the bell tower, surrounded by centuries of dark, unspeakable secrets. With trembling, clumsy fingers, I began to type, transcribing the most damning, most horrifying passages from the journals onto a private blog I'd created months ago but never used. I worked feverishly, a frantic race against the rising sun, knowing, with a chilling certainty, it was only a matter of time before they found me. As I neared the agonizing end of the final journal entry, I heard it, the low, ominous rumble of car engines approaching, growing louder, closer. Looking out the tower window, my heart leaping into my throat, I saw a procession of vehicles winding their way up the narrow, overgrown road leading to the tower. At their head was the mayor's distinctive, gleaming black SUV. My finger hovered, trembling, over the publish button, a point of no return. Once I pressed it, there would be no going back. The truth, raw and horrifying, would be out there, impossible to contain, an unleashed beast. But so too, would the danger. Whatever malevolent, ancient force the town had bargained with wouldn't take kindly to its deepest, most heinous secrets being exposed to the harsh light of day. As the first shouts reached my ears, voices calling my name with a chilling, false concern, I made my decision, a grim, resolute choice. I hit publish. Then, I stood, a strange, defiant calm settling over me, and moved to the window, gazing down at the approaching figures. Below, I could see them, spreading out, systematically preparing to search the tower, confident in their capture. I took a deep, steadying breath, feeling oddly, profoundly calm. Whatever happened next, the truth was out there now. The insidious curse of secrecy that had gripped Oak Haven for centuries, binding it to its dark past, was finally, irrevocably broken. As the first heavy footsteps sounded on the stairs below, ascending with grim determination, I allowed myself a small, grim smile. They thought they were coming to silence me, to bury their secrets once more, to erase the evidence. But they were too late. The wheel of fate had already been set in motion. And Oak Heaven, the quiet, unsuspecting mountain town, would never, ever be the same again. Let them come. I was ready to face whatever terrifying consequences awaited. After all, some truths are worth any price to reveal. Story 5. The moment my fingers brushed against the cool, ornate brass of the doorknob, I knew something was profoundly, irrevocably off. It wasn't the dated, slightly musty decor of the entryway, or the faint, lingering scent of stale cigarettes that clung to the velvet wallpaper. Those were par for the course in a budget-friendly but supposedly charming Airbnb. No, it was the oppressive, almost palpable silence that swallowed all sound, the way the shadows seemed to cling to the corners like living things, and the inexplicable, bone-deep chill that snaked its way down my spine the moment I stepped inside. I should have turned around right then, demanded a different rental, or even a full refund. But I was exhausted, the New Orleans humidity a heavy blanket, it was late, and I stubbornly told myself I was just being paranoid, a victim of my own overactive imagination. That decision, I would soon discover, would haunt me for the rest of my life, a chilling reminder that some doors are indeed better left unopened. I'd always been a sucker for unique travel experiences. So, when I stumbled across an Airbnb listing for a historic New Orleans cottage with hidden surprises, my adventurous spirit couldn't resist. The photos showcased a quaint Creole townhouse, all rough iron balconies dripping with ferns and shuttered windows, promising a glimpse into the city's past. But it was the host's cryptic description that truly hooked me, for the adventurous traveler who isn't afraid to uncover the secrets of the Big Easy. I arrived in New Orleans on a sweltering August afternoon, the air thick with humidity and the intoxicating, heavy scent of jasmine. My Uber driver, a grizzled local with a suspicious gleam in his eye, raised an eyebrow when I gave him the address. "You sure about staying in that part of the quarter, Chair?" he asked, glancing at me in the rearview mirror, a knowing grimace on his face. "It's got a reputation, if you know what I mean." I shrugged off his concern, dismissive. I was a seasoned traveler, after all. I could handle a little local color. The townhouse was everything the listing promised, and disturbingly more. Faded grandeur oozed from every corner, from the peeling, paint-blistered walls to the worn, groaning floorboards that protested with every step. I dropped my bags in the bedroom, a small, dimly lit space, and set out to explore, a childish thrill of discovery urging me onward. It was in the study, a cluttered room crammed with antique furniture and overflowing bookshelves, that I found it. A bookcase that seemed just a little too perfect, its edges aligning with uncanny precision to the wall, almost too seamlessly. My fingers, guided by an instinct I didn't understand, traced the spines of the leather-bound volumes, and then, with a soft, barely audible click, I felt something give. The entire bookcase, heavy and ancient, swung inward with a faint groan, revealing a narrow, spiraling staircase descending into an abyss of inky darkness. My heart raced with a mixture of excitement and burgeoning apprehension. This had to be one of the hidden surprises the host had so tantalizingly mentioned. I fumbled for my phone, my hand trembling slightly, switching on the flashlight app before taking my first tentative, almost reverent steps down the creaking stairs. They seemed to go on forever, spiraling deeper and deeper than I thought possible for a French Quarter home, plunging into the very foundations of the old city. The air grew noticeably cooler, damper, carrying with it a faint, cloying scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic and decayed. Finally, the stairs opened into a cavernous, sprawling room, and I gasped, a sound swallowed by the oppressive quiet. The hesitant beam of my flashlight revealed row upon row of shelves, stretching into the gloom, each laden with artifacts that looked impossibly ancient and decidedly, disturbingly, not of this world. Strange, intricate symbols, glowing faintly with an inner light, were carved deeply into the rough stone walls, twisting and coiling in the flickering light. And in the chilling center of the room stood a massive, monolithic stone altar, its surface stained dark with what I desperately prayed was just centuries of grime, but instinctively knew was something far more sinister. As I moved deeper into the room, my light sweeping across the disturbing scene, it fell upon a desk. It was covered not with ancient relics, but with papers, recent papers, starkly out of place in this subterranean crypt. My curiosity, morbid and overpowering, momentarily eclipsed my growing sense of profound unease, and I began to rifle through them, my heart thumping a frantic rhythm against my ribs. What I found made my blood run icy cold, chilling me to the very bone. Detailed, meticulous plans for elaborate rituals, lists of names with ominous dates next to them, some crossed out with a finality that spoke of death, others circled ominously, awaiting their turn. And the photographs, God, the photographs. They depicted scenes of horror that I couldn't begin to comprehend, unspeakable acts, things that simply shouldn't be possible in our world. Grotesque tableaus of suffering and sacrifice. I was so engrossed, so utterly consumed by the horrifying documents, that I almost missed it, the faint, chilling sound of footsteps above, growing louder, closer. Panic, raw and unreasoning, seized me as the terrifying realization slammed into me, I wasn't alone in the house anymore. I quickly gathered as many of the damning papers as I could, stuffing them frantically into my pockets, and frantically looked for a place to hide. There was a narrow alcove behind one of the overflowing shelves, barely wide enough for me to squeeze into. I ducked inside, pressing myself against the cold stone, just as I heard the bookcase above swing open with a low groan. My heart pounded so loudly in my chest that I was sure they must hear it, even over the thunderous thrum of my own fear. I held my breath, every muscle tense, and listened, straining to catch every sound. 2 sets of footsteps descended the winding stairs, accompanied by voices engaged in a low, heated conversation. "I can't believe you let a tourist stay here." A man's voice hissed, sharp with anger. "What if they find this place?" "Relax," a woman replied, her tone dismissive, laced with a chilling arrogance. "The entrance is well hidden. And even if they did stumble upon it, who would believe them? We just pass it off as part of the haunted New Orleans experience." They moved further into the cavernous room, and through narrow gaps in the towering shelving, I caught glimpses of them. The woman, I recognized with a sickening lurch of dread, was my Airbnb host, her previously friendly, welcoming demeanor replaced by a terrifyingly cold, calculating efficiency. The man was older, dressed in an expensive, impeccably tailored suit that seemed grotesquely at odds with the dank, subterranean surroundings. "The convergence is in 3 days," the man said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. "We can't afford any complications. Not when we're so close." "Everything is prepared," the woman assured him, her voice smooth and confident. "The sacrifices have been chosen. The alignments calculated. When the stars are right, we'll finally be able to open the gateway." My mind reeled, a dizzying spiral of disbelief and terror. Sacrifices? Gateways? This had to be some elaborate, twisted prank, a macabre role-playing game, right? But the icy chill that permeated my very bones, the primal scream of instinct, told me with a sickening certainty that this was all too real. They continued to discuss their horrifying plans, mentioning names and places that meant nothing to me, but were clearly of immense, terrible significance to whatever madness they were planning. I stayed frozen in my hiding spot, scarcely daring to breathe, every muscle tensed, my existence reduced to a silent, trembling tremor. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only minutes, they made their way back upstairs. I waited, rigid with fear, until I could no longer hear their retreating footsteps before cautiously, agonizingly slowly, emerging from my suffocating hiding place. My mind raced, a frantic kaleidoscope of terrifying images and desperate questions. I had to get out of here. Had to warn someone. But who would believe me? And more importantly, how could I possibly escape without them noticing, without them realizing I knew their dark secrets? I crept up the winding stairs, wincing at every creak of the old wood, sounds that seemed deafeningly loud in the silent house. The bookcase, the secret entrance, was slightly ajar, a sliver of light from the floor above. I could hear their voices now, muffled but distinct, from somewhere deeper in the house. Moving as quietly as I possibly could, my bare feet silent on the worn floorboards, I made my way to the bedroom where I'd left my belongings. I had just finished frantically shoving my things into my duffel bag when I heard footsteps approaching, closer now, coming directly towards the bedroom door. Without thinking, without a moment to spare, I dove into the cramped closet, pulling the befold door closed behind me just as the bedroom door opened. "I'm telling you, something's not right," the man's voice said, his tone sharp with suspicion. "I can feel it." "You're being paranoid," the woman, my host, replied, a hint of impatience in her voice. "But fine. We'll do a sweep of the house if it'll make you feel better." I held my breath, rigid with terror, as they moved around the room, their footsteps heavy, deliberate. My heart nearly stopped when the closet door rattled, a terrifying, probing hand testing its flimsy barrier, but it held fast. After an agonizing minute that stretched into an eternity, they moved on to the next room. As soon as I heard their footsteps fade, receding down the hallway, I burst from the closet, a desperate gasp escaping my lips, and made a beeline for the front door. I didn't care about subtlety anymore, about being discreet. I just needed to get out, to breathe, to escape this nightmare. I was halfway down the street, my bare feet pounding on the unforgiving pavement, when I heard a sharp, enraged shout behind me. Risking a glance over my shoulder, I saw my host standing on the ornate, wrought iron balcony, silhouetted against the dim street lights, pointing a trembling finger at me. The man emerged from the house a moment later, his face contorted with pure, unadulterated rage. I ran. I ran like I'd never run before, my lungs burning, screaming in protest, my legs aching with a searing, desperate pain. I darted down side streets and twisting alleyways, trying frantically to lose my pursuers in the labyrinthine, disorienting layout of the French Quarter. I don't know how long I ran, or how far. The historic streets all began to blur together, each ornate iron balcony and brightly colored Creole cottage looking just like the last, a terrifying, endless maze. I could hear their footsteps behind me, growing closer, relentless, with each passing, agonizing moment. Just when I thought my legs would finally give out, when pure exhaustion threatened to swallow me whole, I spotted Salvation, a crowded bar, its doors thrown open, music and raucous laughter spilling out onto the street like a vibrant, chaotic lifeline. I ducked inside, pushing my way frantically through the throng of oblivious tourists and boisterous locals, a desperate, gasping swim through a sea of humanity. I made my way to the very back, found a small, grimy bathroom, and locked myself inside. Only then, leaning against the cold, tiled wall, did I allow myself to catch my breath, gulping in air, and finally, desperately, tried to process what had just happened. My hands shook uncontrollably as I pulled the crumpled, blood-stained papers from my pockets. In the harsh, unforgiving fluorescent light of the bathroom, the horrors they detailed seemed even more real, more chillingly tangible. This wasn't some cheesy ghost tour gimmick or an elaborate role-playing game. This was terrifyingly, brutally real. And people, innocent people, were in grave danger. I took out my phone, my fingers fumbling, intending to call the police, to alert the authorities, but I hesitated. What would I even say? That I'd broken into a secret underground chamber beneath a rental property and overheard plans for some occult ritual involving human sacrifices? They'd dismiss me as a drunk, delusional tourist, a victim of too much Bourbon Street excess, or worse, arrest me for break and entering. No. I needed undeniable, irrefutable proof. And I realized, with a sinking, terrifying feeling, that I was probably the only one who could stop whatever unspeakable horror was about to unfold. I splashed some cold water on my face, shocking myself back to a semblance of reality, and desperately tried to gather my fragmented thoughts. 3 days. That's how long I had until this convergence they'd mentioned. 3 days to unravel a conspiracy that had clearly been in the works for years, if not centuries, a horrifying, ancient plot. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I unlocked the bathroom door and stepped back out into the cacophony of the bar. The carefree revelry and oblivious laughter around me felt surreal, grotesquely out of place after what I'd just experienced. How could these people be drinking and laughing when such profound darkness lurked just beneath the surface of their vibrant, historic city? As I made my way, cautiously, to the exit, a hand gripped my arm, firm and unexpected. I nearly screamed, my nerves frayed and raw, but it was just a concerned-looking bartender, her face etched with a worried frown. "You all right, honey?" she asked, her eyes searching my face, wide and probing. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I forced a weak, unconvincing smile. "Just had a bit too much to drink," I lied, my voice a little too shaky. "I'm heading back to my hotel to sleep it off." She nodded slowly, though she didn't look entirely convinced, her gaze still lingering. "Be careful out there," she warned, her voice soft but serious. "The quarter can be dangerous at night. Especially for tourists who don't know their way around." If only she knew just how truly, terrifyingly dangerous it really was. As I stepped back out into the humid New Orleans night, the weight of a monumental, terrifying responsibility settled heavily on my shoulders. I was just a tourist, utterly, profoundly way over my head. But I was also the only one who knew what was coming, and I'll be damned if I was going to let them succeed in whatever madness they were planning, whatever ancient, unspeakable horror they sought to unleash. The clock was ticking. 3 days. 3 days to save New Orleans, and quite possibly the world, from an unspeakable horror. God help me, I didn't even know where to start. But as I walked down Bourbon Street, the crumpled, damning papers burning a phantom hole in my pocket, and the horrifying memory of that underground chamber seared irrevocably into my mind. I knew one thing for certain: my vacation had just turned into something far, far more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. Story 6. The dim, flickering glow of the Last Chance Oasis neon sign cut through the oppressive darkness like a solitary, desperate beacon on an endless stretch of empty highway. Last Chance Gas, 50 miles. It proclaimed, a promise and a warning rolled into one, its red letters sputtering erratically. I should have kept driving, my instincts screaming at me to press on, but with my fuel gauge hovering precariously close to empty and an unsettling, unnatural stillness settling over the vast, silent night, I made a decision that would claw at my sanity and haunt my waking hours for years to come. I steered my battered pickup into the decrepit gas station, utterly unaware that I was about to become prey in a nightmare I couldn't possibly have imagined. The crunch of gravel under my tires seemed deafening in the eerie, profound silence. I killed the engine, and for a long, agonizing moment, I just sat there, listening, straining to hear anything. No crickets, no distant hum of traffic, not even the faint, rhythmic pulse of the ancient gas pumps. Just nothing. I stepped out of the truck, the cool, heavy night air raising goosebumps on my arms, a sudden, inexplicable shiver running down my spine. The station looked like it had been forgotten by time, a relic left to rot, all rusted, skeletal metal and peeling, sun-bleached paint. A single, bare light bulb swayed gently above the pump, casting grotesque, dancing shadows that seemed to lengthen and reach for me, like grasping claws. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and vulnerable, swallowed by the vast, suffocating emptiness. No response. I approached the pump, my footsteps echoing unnervingly loud in the stillness. That's when I noticed the oddities, the subtle yet jarring incongruities that prickled the back of my neck. The price per gallon displayed was impossibly low, something from decades past, a ghost of prices gone by. And the pump itself, it looked almost new, gleaming faintly, a stark, unsettling contrast to the dilapidated, decaying surroundings. A prickle of profound unease, sharp and cold, ran down my spine. Something was terribly, horribly wrong here. The door to the small convenience store creaked open with a mournful groan, making me jump, my heart hammering against my ribs. A figure emerged, tall and lean, moving with an unsettling, fluid grace, almost a glide. As he stepped into the weak, pooling light, I got my first good look at the attendant. He was older, far older than his seemingly youthful movements suggested, with deep-set eyes that seemed to glow with an inner, predatory light in the dimness. His skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched taut over sharp, prominent cheekbones. When he smiled, it didn't reach his eyes. It was a cold, empty gesture, a grotesque parody of warmth. "Evening, traveler," he rasped, his voice a dry, papery whisper that slithered down my spine, raising fresh chills. "What brings you to our little oasis?" I swallowed hard, a lump of fear catching in my throat, fighting the overwhelming, primal urge to jump back into my truck, to speed away, empty tank be damned. "Just need some gas," I managed to say, surprised my voice didn't betray its tremor. He nodded slowly, deliberately, those unblinking, unsettling eyes never leaving my face. "Of course. And of course." His lips peeled back in a wider, more unsettling smile, revealing too many teeth too sharp to white. "Why don't you come inside while I fill her up?" Got some fresh coffee brewing. Every instinct, every fiber of my being, screamed at me to refuse, to insist on staying with my truck, to maintain a safe, desperate distance. But a larger part of me, the deeply ingrained part shaped by years of polite social conditioning, didn't want to seem rude, to offend. So, against my better judgment, I nodded, a jerky, reluctant movement, and followed him into the dim, stale confines of the store. The interior was a time capsule, meticulously preserved in its decay, all faded linoleum and dusty, overflowing shelves stocked with brands I hadn't seen since childhood, ghostly relics of a forgotten era. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed with an irritating, incessant hum, lending everything a sickly, greenish tint, making the air feel thick and cloying. "Bathrooms in the back if you need it," the attendant said, gesturing vaguely with a long, pale hand. "I'll get started on your car." I watched through the grimy, opaque window as he shuffled, or rather, glided, to the pump. Something about the way he moved set my teeth on edge. It was too smooth, too deliberate, too utterly unnatural. I used the bathroom quickly, trying not to look too closely at the myriad, unsettling stains on the cracked porcelain sink and toilet. When I emerged, he was already back behind the counter, that unsettling too-wide smile still plastered unnervingly on his face. "That'll be $2 even," he said, his voice a low, sibilant whisper. I frowned, confusion momentarily overriding my fear. "But you didn't even ask how much I needed." His smile widened, stretching impossibly, revealing even more of those unsettling teeth. "I've got a knack for these things. Call it intuition." My hand shook slightly as I handed over the crisp cash. Our fingers brushed, and I had to suppress a full-body shudder at how unnaturally cold his skin felt, like clammy marble. "You know," he said, conversationally, his gaze boring into me, "we don't get many visitors out here. Especially not at night." His eyes flicked up, meeting mine directly, holding them captive. "Folks say the road can be dangerous after dark." I forced a hollow, reedy laugh that sounded alien even to my own ears. "Well, I should get going then. Thanks for the gas." He nodded slowly, deliberately. "Drive safe now. And remember," he leaned in close, his breath, a cold, stale puff, smelling faintly of something ancient and decayed, like damp earth and forgotten things, "the night has eyes." I practically ran to my truck, fumbling frantically with the keys in my haste to unlock the door, to start the engine, to get away, to escape. As I peeled out of the station, tires spitting gravel, I risked a glance in my rear-view mirror. The attendant stood motionless in the doorway, a still, dark silhouette, watching me leave, a silent, predatory statue. I drove faster than was safe on the dark, winding road, desperate to put as much distance, as much space as possible, between myself and that god-forsaken gas station, between myself and the chilling presence of its attendant. My heart was pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs, and I kept glancing anxiously in my mirrors, half expecting to see headlights gaining on me, a ghostly pursuit. After about 20 minutes of this high-wire anxiety, I began to relax, the adrenaline slowly draining from my system, leaving me lightheaded. I was starting to feel foolish. So, the guy was a little creepy. This was the middle of nowhere, after all. Of course, the locals would be a bit off, a bit eccentric. That's when I saw the headlights in my rear-view mirror. At first, I told myself it was just another traveler, another lonely soul on the highway. But as the car drew closer, I realized with a growing, sickening horror, that I recognized the ancient, boxy model. It was the attendant's car, the one I'd seen parked at the gas station. I pressed down harder on the accelerator, my foot trembling, but the needle on my gas gauge, impossibly, began to drop at an alarming, catastrophic rate. Impossible. He just filled my tank. Unless the horrifying realization hit me like a physical punch to the gut. He hadn't filled my tank. He'd done something to my truck, sabotaged it, ensuring I wouldn't get far, ensuring I would be stranded. The headlights grew larger, closer, filling my mirror, and I could clearly make out the silhouette of the driver. It was him, hunched over the wheel, that terrible too-wide smile visible even at this distance, a grotesque slash in the darkness. I was panicking now, truly panicking, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps as I pushed my truck to its absolute limits, begging it for more speed, more distance. But it was no use. The engine began to sputter, a series of weak, choking coughs, and I barely managed to coast onto the rough shoulder before it died completely, the silence that followed more terrifying than any noise. The other car slowed as it approached, its engine a low growl, coming to a silent, predatory stop just behind me. I sat frozen, rigid with terror, watching in my mirror as the attendant emerged. He moved with that same unnatural grace, a chilling glide rather than a walk, moving with an eerie purpose towards my truck. My doors were locked, but I knew, with a certainty that turned my blood to ice, that wouldn't stop him. I scrambled frantically for my phone, my fingers clumsy with fear, but there was no signal. Of course there wasn't. He tapped on my window, his knuckles pale and stark against the glass, that rictus grin still plastered unnervingly on his face. "Car trouble?" he asked, his voice muffled but still chillingly distinct. I shook my head frantically, a desperate, jerky movement, trying to convey that I was fine, that he should leave, that he should just go away. But he just stood there, motionless, waiting, a patient predator. Slowly, against every screaming, primal instinct, I lowered the window a bare crack, just enough to speak. "I'm fine," I said, my voice a barely audible tremor. "Just need to call for a tow." He cocked his head to the side, an oddly bird-like motion, unsettling in its precision. "Oh, I'm afraid there's no signal out here. But don't worry. I can give you a ride back to the station. We'll call from there." The thought of getting into a car with him, of being trapped in a confined space with this thing made my skin crawl, my stomach churn. "No, thank you," I managed, trying to inject a desperate firmness into my voice. "I'll wait for another car to come by." His smile faltered for the first time, a flicker of something dark, ancient, and profoundly hungry crossing his face, a fleeting glimpse of the true horror beneath the mask. "I'm afraid I must insist," he said, his voice dropping to a low, chilling growl. "It's not safe out here at night. There are things in these woods. Things that hunger." As if on cue, a long, mournful howl echoed in the distance, a sound that seemed to come from the very depths of the earth, but it wasn't like any animal I'd ever heard. It was deeper, more guttural, filled with an insidious intelligence that sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. The attendant's grin returned, wider than ever, stretching impossibly, revealing even more needle-sharp teeth. "You see?" he whispered, a sibilant hiss. "They're coming. Best come with me now. While you still can." I was trapped. Utterly, hopelessly trapped. stay in the truck and face whatever unseen horrors lurk in the silent, hungry woods, or go with this man, this thing, who was clearly dangerous in his own right, perhaps even more so. Neither option seemed likely to end well for me. But as another howl, closer this time, ripped through the night, a sound of anticipation and hunger, I made my desperate, last-ditch choice. With shaking, numb hands, I unlocked the door and stepped out into the cold, oppressive night. The attendant's cold hand closed around my arm, his grip inhumanly strong, surprisingly firm, like iron bands. "Wise decision," he whispered, a low, satisfied hum. "Now, let's get you somewhere safe." As he led me to his car, I caught a fleeting glimpse of movement in the dense trees lining the road. Red eyes, glowing like embers, flickered in the darkness, and shapes that defied description, too tall, too thin, too unnaturally fluid, slithered just out of sight, barely discernible. I got into the passenger seat, my entire body trembling uncontrollably, as we pulled away from my abandoned truck. I glanced in the side mirror, and my blood ran cold, freezing in my veins. A mass of writhing shadows, impossibly blacker than the night itself, had engulfed my discarded vehicle, tearing into it with unseen fangs and claws. The attendant hummed tunelessly as he drove, a low, guttural melody, tapping long, pale, spider-like fingers on the steering wheel. "You know," he said, conversationally, his voice smooth and unsettling, "it's been so long since we've had a guest. The others will be so pleased." I turned to look at him, a question forming on my lips, a desperate plea for understanding, but the words died in my throat, swallowed by a wave of pure, unadulterated terror, as I saw his face in profile. His features were shifting, melting and reforming, twisting and contorting into something that barely resembled humanity, a grotesque, fluid mockery. He turned to me then, his eyes now glowing with the same malevolent red light I'd seen in the woods, the very same hunger. His grin split his face, quite literally, tearing the skin, revealing row upon horrifying row of needle-sharp teeth, gleaming wetly in the dim light. "Welcome to your new home," he hissed, his voice no longer his own, but a chilling, echoing chorus of inhuman whispers, a symphony of hungry, predatory sounds. "I do hope you'll stay for dinner." As we sped into the suffocating darkness, back towards that damned gas station and whatever unspeakable horrors awaited me there, I realized the terrible, final truth. I hadn't just stumbled into a nightmare. I'd been lured into it, a helpless fly willingly entering the spider's meticulously spun web. And as the last faint vestiges of the world I knew faded into the rearview mirror, I understood that this was only the beginning of a terror beyond all imagining. Story 7. The crackling warmth of our campfire should have been a comforting balm against the encroaching darkness, a cheerful sentinel against the vast, indifferent wilderness. Instead, it merely painted our faces with flickering, orange light, a stark, unsettling contrast to the inky blackness of the beach beyond, where the ocean sighed with an ancient, restless murmur. We were laughing, toasting sticky marshmallows to golden perfection, living in that perfect, fleeting summer moment. None of us my best friends, Chloe, Sam, and Liam, and I could have possibly imagined that just beyond the dunes, hidden in the shifting shadows, a gathering of unspeakable intent was taking place. A macabre assembly that would shatter our innocent night and plunge us into a nightmare of chilling secrets and raw, desperate danger. It was supposed to be the idyllic capstone to our much-anticipated beach vacation. Chloe, Sam, Liam, and I had spent the week soaking up the sun, riding the gentle waves until our bodies ached with a pleasant exhaustion, and, most importantly, forgetting about the crushing weight of the real world waiting for us back home. On our last night, a collective decision was made: a bonfire on the beach, a final, celebratory hurrah before our mundane lives reclaimed us. The night began perfectly, a scene pulled straight from a summer postcard. We had spent the better part of the day gathering driftwood, hauling in gnarled, salt-bleached branches from along the shoreline. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in breathtaking, fiery oranges and soft, bruised purples, we set about building our pyre. Liam, ever the resourceful one, had it roaring in no time, a towering, hungry flame licking at the darkening sky. We settled around the inferno, sharing old stories, the ones that never lost their charm, and dissolving into fits of laughter over inside jokes that had blossomed and deepened over our years of shared friendship. The cooler was generously stocked with frosty beers, and a large bag of marshmallows set ready for toasting, pristine and inviting. It was one of those rare, perfect moments you wish, with a fierce ache, could stretch on forever. As the night wore on, and the beers flowed freely, our conversation, inevitably, drifted towards ghost stories. It was Chloe, with her dramatic flair, who started it, recounting a tale she swore happened to her cousin's friend about a haunted house on the very stretch of beach we were sitting on. "They say, on nights like this," she said, her voice dropping to a theatrical, conspiratorial whisper, "you can hear the whispers of the dead, carried on the sea breeze, beckoning you into the waves." We all laughed, a nervous, forced sound, but I couldn't help noticing how the shadows beyond our small, flickering circle of light seemed to deepen, to gather, growing more profound, more menacing. The rhythmic crash of the waves, once a soothing, lulling sound, now held a strange, ominous tone, a low, guttural murmur against the shore. It was then that Sam, swaying slightly from the beer, stood up abruptly. "I need to pee," she announced, giggling at her own bluntness. "Want me to come with?" I offered, ever the pragmatic, slightly overprotective one of the group. She waved me off with a dismissive, playful gesture. "I'm a big girl, Alex. I can handle peeing in the dark." With that, she stumbled off towards the dunes, her silhouette quickly swallowed by the encroaching darkness, melting into the night. We continued our ghost stories, each trying to outdo the other with increasingly outlandish tales of terror and the supernatural, the flickering firelight casting grotesque, dancing shadows around us. But as the minutes ticked by, stretching into an unsettling silence, and Sam didn't return, a cold knot of unease began to form in my stomach, tightening with each passing second. "Guys," I said, interrupting Liam mid-story, my voice tighter than I intended, "shouldn't Sam be back by now?" Chloe checked her watch, her brow furrowing with dawning concern. "Yeah, it's been like 15 minutes. Maybe she got lost?" We called out her name, a desperate, rising chorus, our voices carrying across the empty, vast expanse of the beach, swallowed by the wind. No response. "We should go look for her," I said, already scrambling to my feet, brushing sand from my shorts. We grabbed our phones, their feeble screens illuminating the ground, using them as makeshift flashlights as we made our way, hesitant and uncertain, towards the looming shadows of the dunes. The soft, treacherous sand shifted precariously under our feet, made even more unstable by the alcohol in our systems, our steps uneven and clumsy. As we crested the first dune, my gaze snagged on a flicker of light in the distance. At first, I optimistically thought it might be another bonfire, perhaps a group of fellow vacationers enjoying the night. But something about it seemed profoundly off, unnervingly out of place. "Guys, look," I whispered, pointing a trembling finger towards the light, a chill seeping into my bones that had nothing to do with the night air. We moved closer, a morbid curiosity overriding our initial mission to find Sam, a dangerous pull towards the unknown. As we approached, I could make out figures moving slowly, deliberately, around the light source. They were dressed strangely, in long, heavy robes that seemed to absorb the very darkness around them, making them almost invisible against the night. My heart began to race, a frantic drum in my chest. This was no friendly gathering of beachgoers. There was something undeniably sinister about the way they moved, the slow, almost ritualistic rhythm of their movements, and the low, guttural murmur of their voices, carrying on the wind like an ancient, forgotten chant. We crouched low behind a large, bleached piece of driftwood, straining our eyes and ears, desperately trying to make sense of the horrifying tableau we were witnessing. The figures, I counted at least a dozen, cloaked and menacing, were arranged in a perfect, unsettling circle around a central fire. But it wasn't a cheerful bonfire like ours. This flame burned with an unnatural, sickly blue-green intensity, casting an eerie, spectral light over the entire scene, making the shadows rise. "What the hell?" Liam whispered, his voice tight with fear, a strangled sound of disbelief. As my eyes slowly adjusted to the strange, unearthly light, I noticed disturbing objects arranged meticulously around the fire. There were crude, shallow bowls filled with what looked like dried herbs, black and brittle, and strange, arcane symbols drawn deeply into the sand, glowing faintly with an inner light. And at the chilling, precise center of the circle, stood a massive, monolithic stone altar. My blood ran cold, freezing in my veins, as the horrifying realization slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't just some weird beach party. This was a ritual. A horrifying, unspeakable ritual of some kind. The chanting grew louder, a guttural, rhythmic sound, the words in a language I didn't recognize, ancient and alien. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end as I felt the very air around us change, becoming thick and charged with an energy I couldn't explain, a palpable malevolence. Then, through a narrow gap in the tightly knit circle of robed figures, I saw something that made my heart stop beating entirely, a sudden, agonizing cessation. Sam. She was there, lying motionless, terrifyingly still, on the cold, stone altar. I must have made a sound, a choked gasp, a strangled cry, a desperate sob, because suddenly, as one, all activity in the horrifying circle ceased. And then, with a terrifying, synchronized movement, every single robed figure turned, their blank, featureless hoods swiveling towards our hiding place. "Run!" Chloe hissed, grabbing my arm, her fingers digging into my flesh, a desperate, frantic grip. We scrambled to our feet, abandoning all pretense of stealth. All that mattered now was getting away, getting help, screaming for someone to intervene. But the soft, shifting sand made running a brutal, agonizing struggle, and in our blind, frantic panic, we quickly became disoriented, lost in the vast, featureless expanse. I could hear shouts behind us, angry, guttural cries, the chilling sound of pursuit growing closer, relentlessly, with each pounding step. My lungs burned with a searing, desperate fire as I gulped in the salty, heavy air, my legs aching with the monumental effort of plowing through the soft, yielding sand. Suddenly, My foot caught on something, a gnarled piece of driftwood, a hidden clump of beach grass, and I went down hard, sprawling painfully in the sand. A searing pain shot through my ankle as I tried to get up, a white-hot agony. "Come on, Alex," Liam yelled, reaching down, his hand outstretched, desperate to help me. But it was too late. Dark, shifting shapes surrounded us, materializing from the gloom, their faces hidden deep in the impenetrable shadows of their hoods. Rough, calloused hands grabbed me, pulling me to my feet, a brutal, unforgiving grip. I could hear Chloe and Liam struggling nearby, desperate, strangled sounds of protest and fear. They dragged us, roughly, back towards their unholy circle, the eerie, pulsing blue-green fire casting grotesque, dancing shadows across the beach, transforming it into a scene from a nightmare. Sam was still on the altar, her eyes now open but glassy and unfocused, blank and disturbing. One figure, taller and more imposing than the rest, a sinister silhouette against the unholy flames, stepped forward. When he spoke, his voice was deep and resonant, carrying an undeniable authority, a chilling power that made even our captors seem to shrink back, momentarily subservient. "You should not have come here," he said, his tone unnervingly calm, almost regretful, a chilling parody of empathy. "You have witnessed that which was not meant for mortal eyes." "Please," I begged, finding my voice at last, a thin, reedy sound of desperation. "We won't tell anyone. Just let us go. Let Sam go." The figure cocked his head slightly, a deliberate, considering movement. "I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, you've stumbled upon something far greater than yourselves. A secret that has been kept for centuries, passed down through generations of guardians." He gestured towards the fire, which seemed to pulse and swell in response to his words, its blue-green light intensifying. "This ritual ensures the continued prosperity of this town, of this entire coastline. Without it, disaster would befall us all." I shook my head, tears streaming down my face, unable to comprehend the monstrous words he was uttering. "What are you talking about? What ritual?" The figure sighed, a sound filled with ancient weariness, with a profound, terrifying burden. "Long ago, our ancestors made a pact with the sea. In exchange for protection from storms and bountiful catches, a price must be paid. A life, freely given, to appease the old gods of the deep." Horror, pure and unadulterated, washed over me as the full, sickening implication of his words slammed into me. Sam wasn't just part of their ritual. She was going to be sacrificed. "No!" I screamed, a raw, desperate sound, struggling violently against my captors, bucking and twisting. "You can't do this. It's insane." The leader raised his hand, a signal, and immediately my captors tightened their grip, one of them clamping a rough, calloused hand over my mouth, suffocating my desperate pleas. "I'm truly sorry," the leader said, and to my profound surprise, he sounded genuinely sincere, a chilling display of twisted compassion. "But the sacrifice must be made." Your friend agreed willingly, though she may not remember now. "The herbs we gave her ensure a painless transition." Tears streamed down my face, hot and agonizing, as I watched him turn back to the altar, a chilling, deliberate movement, raising a wicked-looking knife. It gleamed, sharp and deadly, in the unholy firelight, a terrifying beacon of impending doom. Just then, a new sound, sharp and clear, cut through the night, a sound of unexpected salvation, sirens, growing louder, closer with each passing second. In the distance, I could see flashing blue and red lights, approaching rapidly along the beach. Panic erupted among the robed figures, a sudden, desperate scramble. Some fled immediately, melting into the deeper darkness of the dunes, vanishing like phantoms. Others hesitated, looking frantically to their leader for guidance. In the sudden, overwhelming chaos, I felt the grip on me loosen, momentarily faltering. Without thinking, without a moment for deliberation, I drove my elbow back, a desperate, frantic blow, into my captor's stomach. As he doubled over with a grunt of pain, I broke free, racing, stumbling, towards the altar, toward Sam. Sam's eyes, glazed and unfocused moments before, focused on me as I reached her, a flicker of recognition, faint but undeniable, crossing her face. What's happening?" She slurred, her voice weak and disoriented. "No time to explain," I gasped, helping her sit up, her body limp and unresponsive. "We need to go. Now." Chloe and Liam, too, had broken free, their faces contorted with terror. Together, we half-carried, half-dragged Sam, her body a dead weight, towards the approaching, blessed lights. Behind us, I could hear angry shouts, frustrated cries, and the sounds of renewed pursuit, but we didn't look back. We just ran, driven by a primal, desperate need for survival. As we finally reached the cluster of police cars that had pulled up onto the beach, their flashing lights illuminating the chaos, we collapsed into the soft sand, gasping for breath, our bodies trembling uncontrollably. The officers looked bewildered, glancing nervously between our disheveled, terrified forms and the now abandoned, silent ritual site, an unholy tableau in the pre-dawn light. In the harrowing days that followed, we tried desperately to explain what had happened, to convey the sheer, unbelievable horror of it all. But with no physical evidence beyond some scattered, mundane ritual objects and a single, ominous stone altar, the authorities chalked it up to a drug-fueled beach party gone horribly wrong, a collective hallucination induced by a potent concoction. Sam, disoriented and traumatized, had no memory of agreeing to any sacrifice, and blood tests, though revealing traces of several powerful hallucinogens in her system, did little to validate our incredible story. The town, tight-lipped and protective of its secrets, closed ranks, and soon, whispers started that we were just troublemaking tourists, thrill-seekers looking for attention, fabricating a wild story. But we knew the chilling truth. We had seen behind the veil, glimpsed a hidden world of ancient pacts and dark, unspeakable rituals, lurking just beyond the fragile edges of our normal, mundane reality. As we packed up to leave, the silence in our rented beach house heavy with unspoken horrors, I took one last, lingering look at the restless ocean, its vast, indifferent expanse stretching to the horizon. Its waves crashed against the shore, a timeless, rhythmic pulse, as they had for millennia, utterly indifferent to the profound secrets it held, or the lives it had nearly claimed. I shuddered, a full-body tremor, turning my back resolutely on the beach, on the ocean, on the town. Some truths, I realized, were better left uncovered, buried deep beneath layers of sand and sea. But I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I would never look at a sleepy, picturesque beach town the same way again. Behind every quaint facade could lurk unimaginable darkness, ancient, hungry things waiting in the shadows. And some bonfires on the beach, with their cheerful glow, concealed far more sinister gatherings hidden in the desolate, shifting dunes beyond. Story 8. The dim, unwavering glow of the rusty anchor bar's neon sign flickered erratically, casting eerie, shifting shadows across the otherwise empty parking lot as I meticulously wiped down the last of the sticky glasses. A sudden, inexplicable chill snaked its way down my spine, a cold premonition in the humid night air. The silence was deafening, a thick, oppressive blanket broken only by the soft, rhythmic clink of bottles as I restocked the liquor shelves behind the bar. That's when I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible scraping sound, originating from the storage room in the back. In that terrifying moment, the oppressive silence shattered, and I realized, with a jolt of ice-cold dread, that I wasn't as alone as I thought. My ordinary, mundane night shift was about to twist into a nightmare I couldn't possibly have imagined. I'd been working at the Rusty Anchor for about 6 months. It wasn't glamorous, certainly no stepping stone to a glittering career, but it paid the bills, and I genuinely enjoyed the laid-back, unpretentious atmosphere. Most nights, the routine was comforting. I'd chat idly with the handful of regulars, expertly mix a few drinks, and watch the slow, predictable world go by through the smudged, rain-streaked windows. But tonight was different. A sudden, violent thunderstorm had erupted earlier, keeping the usual crowd away, leaving me utterly alone with my thoughts and the incessant, ancient hum of the cavernous refrigerator. I glanced at the grimy clock hanging above the bar, 1:45 a.m. Just 15 more agonizing minutes, and I could finally lock up and head home. I was eagerly looking forward to curling up on my worn couch with a good book, the soothing sound of rain pattering rhythmically against my windows lulling me to sleep. That's when I heard it again, a soft, insistent scraping sound, like something heavy being dragged slowly, deliberately across the floor. It was coming from the back room, a forgotten space where we kept extra supplies, forgotten kegs, and, more importantly, the heavy, bolted-down safe. My first, immediate thought was rats. We'd had problems with them before, a persistent nuisance in an old building, and the ancient structure itself creaked and groaned with every gust of wind, every shift in the earth. But as I stood there, rigid with apprehension, straining my ears in the profound silence, I realized this sound was different. More deliberate. More human. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small, thin, and uncertain, swallowed by the vast, empty space of the bar. "Is someone there?" Silence. A heavy, pregnant silence. I shook my head, trying to force a laugh, trying to dismiss my growing nervousness. I was letting my imagination run wild, that's all it was. Too many late-night horror movies, too many campfire ghost stories shared over beers with friends. I turned back to the bar, determined to finish my closing duties, to simply get out of there. But as I reached for another clean glass, I caught a fleeting glimpse of movement in the large, reflective mirror behind the bottles, a quick, almost imperceptible flicker. A shadow. Darker, impossibly darker, than the surrounding gloom, flitted swiftly across the reflection. My heart leaped into my throat, a frantic, terrified beat. I whirled around, my eyes scanning the room, but the bar was empty. Just the usual tables and chairs, stark and still, the pool table gathering a fine layer of dust in the corner, a silent sentinel. "Okay, this isn't funny," I said, trying to infuse my voice with a steadiness I didn't feel, trying to project authority. "If someone's there, show yourself now." Nothing. Only the oppressive silence, punctuated by the frantic drumming of my own heart. With shaking, numb hands, I reached for my phone. No signal. Of course. The violent storm must have knocked out the cell towers. I eyed the ancient landline behind the bar. It was old, rarely used, coated in a fine layer of dust, but it should still work. I just had to get to it. As I inched cautiously towards the phone, the scraping sound came again, louder this time, closer, undeniably closer. It was definitely coming from the back room. I froze, caught in an agonizing dilemma, torn between making a desperate dash for the front door and investigating the chilling sound. If it was an intruder, a robber, I couldn't just leave. There was a significant amount of cash in the safe, not to mention the valuable, top-shelf bottles of liquor lining the shelves. My boss would flay me alive if I let the place get robbed on my watch. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, a futile attempt to calm my racing heart, I grabbed the heavy baseball bat we kept under the bar for emergencies. Its familiar weight felt surprisingly reassuring in my trembling hands as I crept towards the back room, each step an agonizing act of courage. The door was slightly ajar, a sliver of impenetrable darkness visible through the narrow crack. I reached out, my hand trembling violently, and pushed it open. The hinges creaked, the sound impossibly loud, a jarring shriek in the profound silence. I fumbled frantically for the light switch, my fingers scrabbling blindly against the cold, damp wall. Click. 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 Nothing happened. The bulb must have burnt out. I swallowed hard, a dry, painful gulp, peering into the inky gloom. Shelves, monstrous and looming, stretched into the darkness, stacked high with boxes and bottles, their contents in distinct shadows. The heavy, unyielding safe squatted in the far corner, a hulking, silent presence of solid metal. "Hello?" I called again, my voice a barely audible quaver, hating how much fear it betrayed. A rustle from behind a precarious stack of boxes made me jump, my heart leaping into my throat. I raised the bat, a crude weapon, my palms slick with cold sweat. "I'm warning you," I said, trying to sound braver, more menacing than I felt. "I'm armed, and I've called the police." A desperate, frantic lie, but they didn't need to know that. Another rustle, closer this time, and then a laugh. Low. Cold. It sent a fresh wave of bone-deep shivers down my spine, raising goosebumps on my arms. "Oh, I don't think you have," a voice said from the oppressive darkness, smooth and chillingly confident. "In fact, I think you're all alone out here. Just you and me." A figure stepped out from behind the boxes, slowly resolving from the gloom. In the dim, ambient light filtering in from the bar, I could make out the menacing silhouette of a man, tall, broad-shouldered, his face mercifully hidden in the deeper shadows. I stumbled backward, my back slamming painfully against the door frame, trapped. "What do you want?" I managed to choke out, the words raw and barely audible. He chuckled again, a low, guttural sound, taking a slow, deliberate step closer, his presence filling the small room. "What do I want?" "Oh, darling, I want a lot of things. But right now, I'll settle for everything in that safe. And maybe a little fun while we're at it." My blood ran icy cold, a numbing dread seizing me. This was bad. Really, terrifyingly bad. In that horrifying moment, pure, unadulterated survival instinct, primal and fierce, kicked in. I swung the bat with all my might, a desperate, frantic blow, aiming for where I thought his head would be. But he was faster. Impossibly fast. A hand, strong and unyielding, shot out, catching the bed mid-swing with a sickening thud. With a casual twist of his wrist, he wrenched it from my grasp, sending it clattering loudly to the concrete floor, a useless, discarded weapon. I didn't wait to see what he'd do next. I turned and ran, a desperate, gasping bolt for the front door, for freedom, for escape. Behind me, I could hear his footsteps, heavy and fast, gaining on me with terrifying speed. I reached the front door, my fingers closing frantically around the cold, brass handle. Locked. In my haste to investigate the noise, in my foolish bravado, I'd forgotten I'd already locked up for the night, a cruel, ironic twist of fate. Panic, raw and suffocating, clawed at my throat as I fumbled desperately with the keys, my fingers clumsy and numb. I could feel him getting closer, his menacing presence a hot, suffocating blanket behind me, his breath, foul and stale, hot on the back of my neck. The key slid home, miraculously, a small, blessed click of the lock disengaging. But as I pulled the heavy door open, a strong, brutal hand slammed it shut, trapping me. Now, he said, his voice a low, guttural growl, right in my ear. Where do you think you're going? We're just getting started. I spun around, my back pressed hard against the cold, unyielding door, trapped like a cornered animal. He loomed over me, so close I could smell the stale cigarette smoke on his breath, a faint, sickly odor. In the faint, ambient light filtering in from the street lights outside, I could finally, truly see his face. He wasn't wearing a mask, which sent a fresh wave of bone-deep terror through me. If he wasn't hiding his identity, he probably didn't intend to leave any witnesses. His eyes, dark and predatory, raked over me, a chilling, assessing gleam in them that made my skin crawl, every nerve ending scream. You know, he said, leaning in even closer, his voice a low, intimate growl, you're prettier than the last girl who worked here. Maybe we can work out some kind of arrangement. The sickening implication in his words, the grotesque, leering suggestion, made my stomach churn, a wave of nausea rising. But it also ignited a sudden, fierce spark of anger, hot and righteous, deep in my gut. I was not going to be another statistic. Another victim for this creep to add to his list. As he reached out, a slow, deliberate movement, to touch my face, I acted on pure, primal instinct. I brought my knee up hard, a desperate, explosive movement, catching him right where it hurts most. He doubled over with a grunt of pain, a choked, agonizing sound, giving me the crucial opening I needed. I shoved past him, a desperate, frantic blur, making a beeline for the bar, for my only remaining chance. I vaulted over the counter, my hand closing around the cool, slender neck of a bottle, top-shelf whiskey, the kind that cost more than I made in a week. Without hesitation, without a second thought, I swung it, a wild, desperate arc, at his head as he lunged after me. The bottle connected with a sickening crack, a brutal, visceral sound, shattering on impact. He staggered, a pain groan escaping his lips, blood mixing with the expensive whiskey as it ran down his face, a grotesque, glistening mask. But he didn't go down. He swiped at me, his fingers, surprisingly strong, catching in my shirt. I heard fabric tear, a ripping sound, as I wrenched away, scrambling to put the sturdy bar between us. You little... He snarled, wiping blood from his eyes with the back of his hand, his voice laced with venomous fury. I'm going to make you regret that. I looked around desperately, my eyes darting frantically, searching for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself, to gain an advantage. My eyes fell on the countless bottles lining the shelves behind me, a vast, tempting arsenal. An idea, crazy and dangerous, but perhaps my only hope, began to form in my mind. As he started to round the bar, a slow, menacing movement, I grabbed bottle after bottle, expensive liquor, cheap beer, anything I could get my hands on, hurling them, one after another, at his feet. Glass shattered, echoing loudly in the bar, liquor splashing across the floor in glistening, spreading pools. The sharp, pungent smell of alcohol filled the air, acrid and intoxicating. He slipped, his feet sliding on the glass-strewn, liquor-soaked floor, going down hard with a painful thud. I seized my chance, a fleeting window of opportunity, snatching the book of matches we kept for lighting birthday sparklers and elaborate cocktails. "Stay back," I warned, my voice surprisingly strong, defiant, as I struck a match. The small, fragile flame flickered to life, casting wild, dancing shadows across the now chaotic room, illuminating his terrified face. His eyes widened, a sudden, stark realization dawning, as he understood, with a dawning horror, what I was about to do. "You're crazy," he stammered, struggling to his feet, his voice a desperate, pleading rasp. "You'll burn the whole place down." "Better that," I replied, the words surprisingly steady, resolute, "than let you hurt anyone else." I dropped the flickering match. The alcohol, a highly flammable fuel, ignited instantly, bursting into a roaring, consuming inferno, flames racing across the floor with terrifying speed. The heat was intense, a searing, suffocating wave, forcing both of us back, away from the blaze. He looked at me, then at the rapidly growing inferno, then back at me. For the first time, I saw genuine, raw fear in his eyes. Without another word, without a backward glance, he turned and ran, crashing blindly through the front door and out into the stormy night, leaving the burning bar behind. I stood there for a moment, mesmerized, watching the flames spread, consuming everything in their path. The fire alarm, a deafening, piercing shriek, began to blare, shockingly loud after the tense, terrifying silence. The spell broken, I ran for the door, gulping in deep, lungfuls of cool, rain-soaked night air as I stumbled out into the parking lot. In the distance, I could hear sirens approaching, a wailing symphony of salvation. As I watched my workplace, my sanctuary, go up in flames, a hysterical, disbelieving laugh bubbled up in my throat. I'd survived. I'd fought back. And I knew, with the terrifying certainty, that I would never look at a quiet night shift the same way again. The rusty anchor might be gone, consumed by fire, but I was still here, shaken, scarred, but undeniably alive. And as the first fire truck rounded the corner, its lights flashing red and blue, illuminating the burning building, I made a silent vow. I would never be a victim again. Whatever life threw at me next, whatever darkness lurked in the shadows, I'd be ready. Story 9. The crackling bonfire's warm glow painted our faces with flickering, dancing light, a stark and deceptively comforting contrast to the inky, impenetrable darkness of the beach beyond, where the rhythmic sigh of the ocean was the only sound. We were laughing, toasting marshmallows to perfect, golden brown submission, suspended in that ephemeral, perfect summer moment, a fragile bubble against the vastness of the night. None of us, lost in that innocent revelry, could have possibly imagined that just beyond the gentle undulations of the dunes, hidden deep within the shifting shadows, a chilling gathering was taking place. A sinister assembly that would irrevocably shatter our innocent night and violently plunge us into a nightmare woven from ancient secrets and raw, desperate danger. It was supposed to be the idyllic, perfect end to our cherished beach vacation. My best friends, Liam, Sarah, and Jake, and I had spent the entire week soaking up the relentless sun, riding the cresting waves until our muscles pleasantly ached, and, most importantly, consciously forgetting about the relentless demands of the real world waiting for us back home. On our last night, a unanimous decision was made, a celebratory bonfire on the beach, a final, joyous hurrah before our mundane lives reclaimed us. The night began with a storybook perfection. We had meticulously gathered driftwood throughout the day, hauling in gnarled, salt-bleached branches from along the shoreline. As the sun dipped majestically below the horizon, painting the sky in breathtaking, fiery oranges and soft, bruised purples, we set about building our pyre. Jake, always the pragmatic Boy Scout of our group, had it roaring into a towering, hungry flame in no time. We settled comfortably around the inferno, sharing old stories, the ones that never lost their charm, and dissolving into fits of laughter over inside jokes that had blossomed and deepened over our many years of friendship. The cooler was generously stocked with frosty beers, condensation beating on the cans, and a large bag of marshmallows sat pristine and inviting, ready for toasting. It was one of those rare, perfect moments you wish, with a fierce, aching longing, could stretch on forever. As the night wore on, and the beer flowed freely, our conversation, as it inevitably does around a crackling fire, drifted towards ghost stories. It was Liam, with his natural, dramatic flair, who started it, recounting a tale he swore happened to his cousin's friend about a truly haunted house, eerily located on the very beach we were sitting on. They say, on nights like this, he said, his voice dropping to a theatrical, conspiratorial whisper, his eyes wide in the flickering light, you can hear the whispers of the dead, carried on the sea breeze, beckoning you into the waves. We all laughed, a nervous, forced sound, but I couldn't help noticing how the shadows beyond our small, flickering circle of light seemed to deepen, to gather, growing more profound, more menacing, swallowing the edges of our comfort. The rhythmic crash of the waves, once a soothing, lulling sound, now held a strange, ominous tone, a low, guttural murmur against the shore. It was then that Sarah, swaying slightly from the effects of the beer, stood up abruptly. I need to pee, she announced, giggling at her own bluntness. Want me to come with? I offered, always the pragmatic, slightly overprotective one of the group, the natural instinct. She waved me off with a dismissive, playful gesture. I'm a big girl, Alex. I can handle peeing in the dark. With that, she stumbled off towards the dunes, her silhouette quickly swallowed by the encroaching darkness, melting into the vast, indifferent night. We continued our ghost stories, each trying to outdo the other with increasingly outlandish tales of terror and the supernatural, the flickering firelight casting grotesque, dancing shadows around us. But as the minutes ticked by, stretching into an unsettling silence, and Sarah didn't return, a cold knot of unease began to form in my stomach, tightening with each passing second. Guys, I said, interrupting Jake mid-story, my voice tighter than I intended, a tremor betraying my growing apprehension, shouldn't Sarah be back by now? Liam checked his watch, his brow furrowing with dawning concern. Yeah, it's been like 15 minutes. Maybe she got lost? We called out her name, a desperate, rising chorus, our voices carrying across the empty, vast expanse of the beach, swallowed by the wind. No response. We should go look for her, I said, already scrambling to my feet, brushing sand from my shorts, a grim determination seizing me. We grabbed our phones, their feeble screens illuminating the ground, using them as makeshift flashlights as we made our way, hesitant and uncertain, towards the looming shadows of the dunes. The soft, treacherous sand shifted precariously under our feet, made even more unstable by the alcohol in our systems, our steps uneven and clumsy. As we crested the first dune, my gaze snagged on a flicker of light in the distance. At first, I optimistically thought it might be another bonfire, perhaps a group of fellow vacationers enjoying the night. But something about it seemed profoundly off, unnervingly out of place. "Guys, look," I whispered, pointing a trembling finger towards the light, a chill seeping into my bones that had nothing to do with the night air. We moved closer, a morbid curiosity overriding our initial mission to find Sarah, a dangerous pull towards the unknown. As we approached, I could make out figures moving slowly, deliberately, around the light source. They were dressed strangely, in long, heavy robes that seemed to absorb the very darkness around them, making them almost invisible against the night. My heart began to race, a frantic drum in my chest. This was no friendly gathering of beachgoers. There was something undeniably sinister about the way they moved, the slow, almost ritualistic rhythm of their movements, and the low, guttural murmur of their voices, carrying on the wind like an ancient, forgotten chant. We crouched low behind a large, bleached piece of driftwood, straining our eyes and ears, desperately trying to make sense of the horrifying tableau we were witnessing. The figures, I counted at least a dozen, cloaked and menacing, were arranged in a perfect, unsettling circle around a central fire. But it wasn't a cheerful bonfire like ours. This flame burned with an unnatural, sickly blue-green intensity, casting an eerie, spectral light over the entire scene, making the shadows writhe. "What the hell?" Jake whispered, his voice tight with fear, a strangled sound of disbelief. As my eyes slowly adjusted to the strange, unearthly light, I noticed disturbing objects arranged meticulously around the fire. There were crude, shallow bowls filled with what looked like dried herbs, black and brittle, and strange, arcane symbols drawn deeply into the sand, glowing faintly with an inner light. And at the chilling, precise center of the circle, stood a massive, monolithic stone altar. My blood ran cold, freezing in my veins, as the horrifying realization slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't just some weird beach party. This was a ritual. A horrifying, unspeakable ritual of some kind. The chanting grew louder, a guttural, rhythmic sound, the words in a language I didn't recognize, ancient and alien. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end as I felt the very air around us change, becoming thick and charged with an energy I couldn't explain, a palpable malevolence. Then, through a narrow gap in the tightly knit circle of robed figures, I saw something that made my heart stop beating entirely, a sudden, agonizing cessation. Sarah. She was there, lying motionless, terrifyingly still, on the cold, stone altar. I must have made a sound, a choked gasp, a strangled cry, a desperate sob, because suddenly, as one, all activity in the horrifying circle ceased. And then, with a terrifying, synchronized movement, every single robed figure turned, their blank, featureless hoods swiveling towards our hiding place. "Run!" Liam hissed, grabbing my arm, his fingers digging into my flesh, a desperate, frantic grip. We scrambled to our feet, abandoning all pretense of stealth. All that mattered now was getting away, getting help, screaming for someone to intervene. But the soft, shifting sand made running a brutal, agonizing struggle, and in our blind, frantic panic, we quickly became disoriented, lost in the vast, featureless expanse. I could hear shouts behind us, angry, guttural cries, the chilling sound of pursuit growing closer, relentlessly, with each pounding step. My lungs burned with a searing, desperate fire as I gulped in the salty, heavy air, my legs aching with the monumental effort of plowing through the soft, yielding sand. Suddenly, my foot caught on something, a gnarled piece of driftwood, a hidden clump of beach grass, and I went down hard, sprawling painfully in the sand. A searing pain shot through my ankle as I tried to get up, a white-hot agony. "Come on, Alex!" Jake yelled, reaching down, his hand outstretched, desperate to help me. But it was too late. Dark, shifting shapes surrounded us, materializing from the gloom, their faces hidden deep in the impenetrable shadows of their hoods. Rough, calloused hands grabbed me, pulling me to my feet, a brutal, unforgiving grip. I could hear Liam and Jake struggling nearby, desperate, strangled sounds of protest and fear. They dragged us, roughly, back towards their unholy circle, the eerie, pulsing blue-green fire casting grotesque, dancing shadows across the beach, transforming it into a scene from a nightmare. Sarah was still on the altar, her eyes now open, but glassy and unfocused, blank and disturbing. One figure, taller and more imposing than the rest, a sinister silhouette against the unholy flames, stepped forward. When he spoke, his voice was deep and resonant, carrying an undeniable authority, a chilling power that made even our captors seem to shrink back, momentarily subservient. "You should not have come here," he said, his tone unnervingly calm, almost regretful, a chilling parody of empathy. "You have witnessed that which was not meant for mortal eyes." "Please," I begged, finding my voice at last, a thin, reedy sound of desperation. "We won't tell anyone. Just let us go. Let Sarah go." The figure cocked his head slightly, a deliberate, considering movement. "I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, you've stumbled upon something far greater than yourselves. A secret that has been kept for centuries, passed down through generations of guardians." He gestured towards the fire, which seemed to pulse and swell in response to his words, its blue-green light intensifying. "This ritual ensures the continued prosperity of this town, of this entire coastline. Without it, disaster would befall us all." I shook my head, tears streaming down my face, unable to comprehend the monstrous words he was uttering. "What are you talking about? What ritual?" The figure sighed, a sound filled with ancient weariness, with a profound, terrifying burden. "Long ago, our ancestors made a pact with the sea. In exchange for protection from storms and bountiful catches, a price must be paid. A life, freely given, to appease the old gods of the deep." Horror, pure and unadulterated, washed over me as the full, sickening implication of his words slammed into me. Sarah wasn't just part of their ritual. She was going to be sacrificed. "No!" I screamed, a raw, desperate sound, struggling violently against my captors, bucking and twisting. "You can't do this. It's insane." The leader raised his hand, a signal, and immediately my captors tightened their grip, one of them clamping a rough, calloused hand over my mouth. suffocating my desperate pleas. "I'm truly sorry," the leader said, and to my profound surprise, he sounded genuinely sincere, a chilling display of twisted compassion. "But the sacrifice must be made." Your friend agreed willingly, though she may not remember now. "The herbs we gave her ensure a painless transition." Tears streamed down my face, hot and agonizing, as I watched him turn back to the altar, a chilling, deliberate movement, raising a wicked-looking knife. It gleamed, sharp and deadly, in the unholy firelight, a terrifying beacon of impending doom. Just then, a new sound, sharp and clear, cut through the night, a sound of unexpected salvation, sirens, growing louder, closer with each passing second. In the distance, I could see flashing blue and red lights, approaching rapidly along the beach. Panic erupted among the robed figures, a sudden, desperate scramble. Some fled immediately, melting into the deeper darkness of the dunes, vanishing like phantoms. Others hesitated, looking frantically to their leader for guidance. In the sudden, overwhelming chaos, I felt the grip on me loosen, momentarily faltering. Without thinking, without a moment for deliberation, I drove my elbow back, a desperate, frantic blow, into my captor's stomach. As he doubled over with a grunt of pain, I broke free, racing, stumbling, towards the altar, towards Sarah. Sarah's eyes, glazed and unfocused moments before, focused on me as I reached her, a flicker of recognition, faint but undeniable, crossing her face. What's happening?" she slurred, her voice weak and disoriented. "No time to explain," I gasped, helping her sit up, her body limp and unresponsive. "We need to go. Now." Chloe and Jake, too, had broken free, their faces contorted with terror. Together, we half carried, half dragged Sarah, her body a dead weight, towards the approaching, blessed lights. Behind us, I could hear angry shouts, frustrated cries, and the sounds of renewed pursuit, but we didn't look back. We just ran, driven by a primal, desperate need for survival. As we finally reached the cluster of police cars that had pulled up onto the beach, their flashing lights illuminating the chaos, we collapsed into the soft sand, gasping for breath, our bodies trembling uncontrollably. The officers looked bewildered, glancing nervously between our disheveled, terrified forms and the now abandoned, silent ritual site, an unholy tableau in the pre-dawn light. In the harrowing days that followed, we tried desperately to explain what had happened, to convey the sheer, unbelievable horror of it all. But with no physical evidence beyond some scattered, mundane ritual objects and a single, ominous stone altar, the authorities chalked it up to a drug-fueled beach party gone horribly wrong, a collective hallucination induced by a potent concoction. Sarah, disoriented and traumatized, had no memory of agreeing to any sacrifice, and blood tests, though revealing traces of several powerful hallucinogens in her system, did little to validate our incredible story. The town, tight-lipped and protective of its secrets, closed ranks, and soon, whispers started that we were just troublemaking tourists, thrill-seekers looking for attention, fabricating a wild story. But we knew the chilling truth. We had seen behind the veil, glimpsed a hidden world of ancient pacts and dark, unspeakable rituals, lurking just beyond the fragile edges of our normal, mundane reality. As we packed up to leave, the silence in our rented beach house heavy with unspoken horrors, I took one last, lingering look at the restless ocean, its vast, indifferent expanse stretching to the horizon. Its waves crashed against the shore, a timeless, rhythmic pulse, as they had for millennia, utterly indifferent to the profound secrets it held, or the lives it had nearly claimed. I shuddered, a full-body tremor, turning my back resolutely on the beach, on the ocean, on the town. Some truths, I realized, were better left uncovered, buried deep beneath layers of sand and sea. But I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I would never look at a sleepy, picturesque beach town the same way again. Behind every quaint facade could lurk unimaginable darkness, ancient, hungry things waiting in the shadows. And some bonfires on the beach, with their cheerful glow, concealed far more sinister gatherings hidden in the desolate, shifting dunes beyond. Story 10. The pulsing beat of the music, a physical thrumming, reverberated through my very body as I scanned the sea of festival-goers, their faces illuminated by the kaleidoscopic explosion of neon lights. It was supposed to be the highlight of our summer, a blissful 3 days of non-stop music, shared laughter, and unforgettable memories. But as my eyes locked with a particular group of oddly dressed attendees, their gazes unsettlingly cold and calculating, I felt a sudden, profound chill that had nothing to do with the cool night air. Little did I know, we were about to stumble upon a sinister, meticulously orchestrated plot lurking just beneath the vibrant, carefree surface of the crowd. I'd been looking forward to the Electric Dreamscape Music Festival for months, a much-anticipated escape from the mundane. My best friends, Maya, Chloe, and Liam, and I had scraped together every penny we could, sacrificing countless lattes and late-night takeaways, to afford the exorbitant tickets. As we passed through the glittering, neon-lit gates on the first day, the excitement was palpable, a tangible current in the air. The very atmosphere thrummed with deep bass lines, the infectious chatter of thousands of people, all here, like us, to lose themselves in the intoxicating, immersive power of the music. The first few hours were everything we'd hoped for, a pure, unadulterated euphoria. We danced until our feet ached, until every muscle screamed in protest, sang along to our favorite bands until our voices were hoarse and raw, and reveled in the glorious, communal feeling of being part of something vast, something bigger than ourselves. As the sun began its slow, majestic descent, painting the sky in brilliant, fiery hues of orange and soft, bruised pink, I felt a sense of boundless euphoria that I truly believed could never be shattered. It was during a hypnotic set by an up-and-coming electronic artist, the bass vibrating through the very ground beneath our feet, that I first noticed them. A group of about a dozen people, standing early stock still, an island of unsettling calm in the midst of the writhing, ecstatic crowd. They were dressed entirely in black, which, while not unheard of at a festival, was starkly uniform, almost disturbingly precise. And their faces, they weren't watching the stage, or swaying to the music, or dancing with the abandon of the crowd. They were scanning. Methodically, intensely, meticulously scanning the crowd with an unnerving intensity that made my skin crawl. I nudged Maya, subtly nodding in their direction. "Hey, check out the creepy squad over there." She followed my gaze, her brow furrowing with dawning suspicion. "Whoa. What's their deal? They look like they're at a funeral, not a festival." As we watched, one of the group, a tall, imposing man with a shock of stark white hair, made a subtle, almost imperceptible hand gesture. Immediately, and with a chilling synchronicity that was profoundly unsettling, the others began to move, dispersing into the swirling, chaotic crowd. "Okay, that was weird," Chloe chimed in, having noticed our distraction, her voice tinged with unease. "Maybe they're part of some performance art piece?" I wanted desperately to believe that, to rationalize it away, but something in my gut, a primal warning, told me this was far more than just avant-garde festival antics. "Let's keep an eye on them," I suggested, trying to sound casual, as if this were a game. "Could be interesting." For the next hour or so, we tried to lose ourselves in the music, to recapture the earlier euphoria, all while surreptitiously tracking the movements of the strange, black-clad group. They seemed to be circling the perimeter of the vast crowd, a slow, methodical sweep, occasionally stopping to whisper to each other, their heads bent close, or speaking softly into concealed earpieces. It was Liam who made the next unsettling, terrifying discovery. "Guys," he said, his voice tight with a rising panic, "I think they're drugging people." We followed his horrified gaze to see one of the black-clad figures deliberately bump into a young woman. It looked like an innocent accident, a common occurrence in the dense crowd. But as they apologized and steadied her, I caught a fleeting glimpse of something small and translucent passing from their hand to hers, a quick, almost invisible transfer. The woman looked confused for a moment, her eyes blinking, then an unnervingly wide, vacant smile spread across her face, and she melted back into the crowd, her movements suddenly loose and unfocused. "We have to do something," Maya insisted, her voice tight with urgency, fear hardening her usually gentle features. "We should tell security." But as we turned, frantically searching for the nearest guard, for a beacon of safety, the horrifying realization slammed into us: we were surrounded. 4 of the mysterious figures had materialized around us, silent and menacing, their faces impassive, blank masks, but their eyes glittered with a cold, dangerous intent, like predatory animals. "I'm afraid we can't let you do that," the white-haired man said, his voice barely audible over the thunderous, vibrating music, yet carrying an undeniable weight, a chilling authority. "You see, you've noticed far too much already." My heart was pounding so hard, a frantic, terrified drum, I was sure they could hear it, even over the deafening bass. "What are you talking about?" I managed to say, trying desperately to keep my voice steady, to betray no fear. "We haven't seen anything." His smile was cold, utterly devoid of any warmth or humor, a chilling, predatory baring of teeth. "Oh, but you have. And now, you have a choice to make. You can either join us, or well, let's just say the alternative won't be pleasant." Liam, always the hothead, the first to react, started to lunge forward, a desperate, defiant act. But one of the others, a woman with unnervingly still eyes, produced a small device from their pocket. It looked vaguely like a taser, a standard defensive weapon, but something in its sleek, unfamiliar design, a chilling intuition, told me it was far more dangerous, far more potent. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," the woman said softly, her voice barely a whisper, yet carrying a chilling threat, "unless you want to find out what 10,000 volts feels like." We were trapped, utterly, hopelessly hemmed in by the oblivious, dancing crowd and these menacing, black-clad figures. The music, once exhilarating and freeing, now felt oppressive, a suffocating blanket. The kaleidoscope of flashing lights, once disorienting in a joyful way, now seemed to mock us, a dizzying, terrifying assault on my senses. "What do you want?" Chloe asked, her voice barely above a whisper, trembling with fear. The white-haired man's smile widened, a slow, predatory stretch. "Want, my dear? We want to change the world. And this festival is just the beginning." He launched into a chilling, convoluted explanation that froze me to my core. They were part of a secret group, a shadowy cult, that believed humanity had become too complacent, too caught up in trivial pursuits, too blind to true reality. Their twisted solution: to awaken people using a powerful, experimental psychotropic drug, one that would, allegedly, open their minds to new possibilities. But it's not just about expanding consciousness, he continued, his eyes gleaming with a manic, fanatic light. Once they've taken our compound, they become suggestible. Imagine an army of young, energetic individuals, all united in purpose. We could reshape society overnight. I felt sick, a wave of profound nausea washing over me. They weren't just drug pushers. They were would-be cult leaders, using the vibrant, chaotic festival as a perfect cover for a mass indoctrination scheme, a grotesque, real-life experiment. You're insane. Maya spat, her voice laced with righteous fury. You can't just drug people without their consent. It's evil. The man's expression hardened, a mask of cold, unfeeling resolve. Evil is a matter of perspective, my dear. In time, they'll thank us for freeing them from their mundane existence. As he spoke, his gaze momentarily flickered. Over his shoulder, I noticed something that sent a surge of desperate hope through me: security guards. Moving slowly, deliberately, through the crowd, their faces alert and searching. Someone must have noticed the strange behavior, the unnatural stillness, and reported it. I caught Liam's eye, giving a subtle, almost imperceptible nod towards the approaching guards. He understood immediately, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. "Well," Liam said loudly, his voice cutting through the music, "if those are our only options, I guess we don't have a choice. Sign us up for your little cult." The others, Chloe and Maya, looked at him in shock, a stunned, disbelieving stare, but I caught on quickly. "Yeah," I echoed, forcing a desperate, unconvincing smile. "Sounds great. Free drugs and a chance to change the world. Count me in." Our captors seemed momentarily taken aback by our sudden, enthusiastic change of heart, a fleeting moment of confusion. The white-haired man's eyes narrowed suspiciously, a flicker of doubt. "You're not just saying this to—" He never got to finish that sentence. In that precious, fleeting moment of distraction, Liam made his move. He shoved the nearest cultist hard, a desperate, frantic push, sending them stumbling off balance into the swirling, unsuspecting crowd. I grabbed Maya's hand, my fingers clamped tightly around hers, and yelled, "Run!" We plunged headlong into the dense, pulsating sea of bodies, pushing and shoving, fighting our way frantically through the throng. Behind us, I could hear shouts of anger and frustrated, guttural cries. The music swelled to a deafening crescendo, the lights flashing in a dizzying, disorienting array that made it almost impossible to keep our bearings. "There!" Chloe shouted, her voice raw, pointing frantically towards a cluster of uniformed security guards, a beacon of salvation in the swirling chaos. We made a beeline for them, gasping out our fragmented story as soon as we were within earshot, words tumbling out in a breathless, jumbled mess. To their credit, the guards, seeing our raw terror, took us seriously. Within minutes, a coordinated sweep of the festival grounds was underway. We watched, trembling, from a safe distance as the mysterious, black-clad group was systematically rounded up, their insidious stash of drugs confiscated, their plans shattered. As the police arrived to take our statements, the terrifying reality of what we'd uncovered began to truly sink in. This wasn't just some small-time drug operation. The sheer scope of what they'd been planning, the chilling ambition of it all, was staggering. "I can't believe we almost became unwitting participants in a cult recruitment drive," Maya said, shaking her head slowly in disbelief, her voice still trembling. "Yeah, this is definitely not the kind of life-changing experience I was expecting from a music festival," Liam added with a weak, strained laugh, a hollow sound. As the night wore on, and the festival slowly, tentatively, returned to a semblance of normalcy, I found myself looking at the vast, anonymous crowd with new, discerning eyes. How many people, I wondered with a sickening dread, had already been dosed? How far-reaching were the effects of this group's insidious actions? The police assured us that they would investigate thoroughly, that medical teams were on standby to help anyone showing signs of being drugged. But I couldn't shake the chilling feeling that we'd only scratched the surface of something much bigger, much darker, a hidden, ancient evil lurking beneath the modern world. As the final, echoing notes of the headline act faded away, and the weary, satisfied crowd began to disperse, I felt a complex, unsettling mix of emotions I couldn't quite name. Relief, profound and dizzying, that we'd escaped, and potentially saved others from a terrible, irreversible fate. Fear, cold and lingering, of what might have happened if we hadn't noticed something amiss, if we hadn't followed our dangerous curiosity. And a persistent, gnawing sense of unease, knowing that there were people out there, ordinary people, willing to go to such monstrous lengths to further their twisted, fanatical ideology. We'd come to Electric Dreamscape looking for a weekend of music and carefree memories. We left with a story we could scarcely believe, a harrowing tale that felt ripped from the pages of a nightmare. And a newfound, terrifying awareness of the insidious darkness that can lurk just below the vibrant, joyous surface of even the most celebrated occasions. As we walked out of the festival grounds, the neon lights now seeming more ominous than magical, their glow painting the night in an unsettling, almost malevolent light, I made a silent, grim vow. I would never again take for granted the safety and freedom I'd always assumed were guaranteed, a birthright. Because sometimes, the real dangers aren't the ones you can see coming, the obvious threats. They're the ones hiding in plain sight, smiling, blending seamlessly into the crowd, waiting patiently for just the right moment to reveal their true, terrifying nature. Story 11. The moment I stepped into room 237, an inexplicable, bone-deep chill permeated the air, raising goosebumps on my arms. I knew, with a sudden, unsettling certainty, that something was profoundly, irrevocably off. It wasn't the dated decor, the faded floral comforter on the queen-sized bed, or the faint, lingering smell of stale cigarettes. Those were par for the course in a budget hotel in the middle of nowhere. No, it was the oppressive, almost palpable silence that seemed to swallow all sound, the way the shadows clung to the corners like living things, and that undeniable, raw chill that snaked its way down my spine the moment I crossed the threshold. I should have turned around right then, demanded a different room, or even a full refund. But I was bone-tired, it was late, and I stubbornly told myself I was just being paranoid, a victim of my own overactive imagination. That decision, I would soon discover, would haunt me for the rest of my life. I'd been on the road for 12 grueling hours, a monotonous, endless drive, making my way cross-country for a crucial job interview. This small, forgotten town, a blip on the map in the middle of nowhere, was just supposed to be a quick overnight stop, a place to catch a few hours of desperately needed sleep before hitting the road again in the morning. The hotel, the only one for miles, its garish neon vacancy sign a welcome, if an appealing, sight. After hours of impenetrable darkness and endless highway, seemed a godsend. The check-in process had been uneventful, almost perfunctory. The night clerk, an older man with rheumy, bloodshot eyes and a permanent, etched frown, had barely looked at me, grunting unintelligibly as he pushed the key across the worn counter. Room 237, he rasped, his voice gravelly. Up the stairs. End of the hall. Now, standing in the doorway of the room, my hand still resting on the cold, brass knob, I hesitated. Something about the space felt profoundly, intrinsically wrong, like stepping into a place where the very laws of physics didn't quite apply, where the air itself felt heavy with unspoken secrets. But sheer exhaustion, a brutal weight, won out over instinct, and I stepped inside, letting the heavy door swing shut behind me with a soft click. The room was basic, starkly functional, a queen-sized bed with a faded floral comforter, a small, scarred desk with a television that looked like a relic from the 90s, its screen dark and uninviting, and a bathroom that had clearly seen better, cleaner days. I dropped my bag onto the bed with a weary sigh and headed straight for the shower, hoping the hot water would wash away the grime of the road and the lingering, growing sense of unease. As I stood under the lukewarm spray, the water barely a trickle, I could have sworn I heard whispering. Faint, indistinct, like multiple voices having a heated, urgent conversation, just on the very edge of hearing, a sibilant murmur that tickled my ears. I poked my head out of the shower curtain, water dripping from my hair, but the bathroom was empty, the air still and silent. And when I abruptly turned off the water, the sound stopped, instantly, as if cut off by an unseen hand. Get it together, I muttered to myself, shaking my head, trying to laugh off my nervousness, to dismiss it. Chalk it up to road fatigue. Chalk it up to an overactive imagination. That's all it was. I dried off quickly, my movements jerky, and changed into my sleep clothes, eager to simply collapse into bed and put this weird, unsettling evening behind me. But as I reached to turn off the bedside lamp, my hand froze. There, in the dim, reflective surface of the mirror above the desk, I saw something that made my blood run cold, freezing in my veins. A face. Not my own reflection, distorted by exhaustion, but another face. Gaunt and unnervingly pale, with eyes that seemed to glow with an inner, malevolent light, like embers in the darkness. It was there for just a second, a fleeting, terrifying glimpse, gone the instant I blinked, but I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, I hadn't imagined it. My heart pounded, a frantic, desperate drum against my ribs, and I spun around, half expecting to see someone standing directly behind me, a silent, menacing presence. But the room was empty. Utterly, profoundly empty. I checked the small, dusty closet, its door creaking mournfully. I looked under the bed, peering into the dust-filled shadows. I even opened the room door to peer anxiously into the empty, silent hallway. Nothing. Okay, I said aloud, my voice a strained whisper, trying desperately to calm myself down, to inject some semblance of logic into the escalating terror. Okay, you're tired. You're seeing things. Just go to sleep, and everything will be fine in the morning. I climbed into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin, a flimsy shield against the encroaching darkness. Despite the stuffiness of the room, the oppressive heat, I left the television on, its low, unintelligible murmur of a late-night infomercial providing a thin, comforting background noise, a fragile tether to reality, as I tried to will myself to sleep, to escape into oblivion. I must have dozed off at some point, a brief, restless surrender, because the next thing I knew, I was jolting violently awake, every nerve in my body screaming that something was profoundly, terrifyingly wrong. The television was off, the screen a blank, dead rectangle, plunging the room into absolute, suffocating darkness. And the temperature it had dropped dramatically, an unnatural, bone-deep coldness permeating the air. I could see my breath misting faintly in the frigid air as I sat up, fumbling frantically for the lamp switch, my fingers scrabbling blindly against the wall. Click. 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 The lamp wouldn't turn on, stubbornly refusing to yield light. That's when I heard it, the whispering from earlier, but louder now, closer, more insistent, a sibilant, insidious chorus. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, filling the room with a cacophony of hissing, slithering voices, an auditory assault. I scrambled out of bed, nearly falling in my desperate haste to get to the door, to escape this nightmare. But when I tried the handle, twisting it frantically, it wouldn't budge. I was locked in. Panic, raw and unreasoning, rose in my throat, choking me, a cold, suffocating hand. I turned back to face the room, my eyes wide with terror, and that's when I saw them. Shadows. Moving. Shifting. Taking on vaguely human shapes, fluid and indistinct. They peeled themselves from the walls, from the very floorboards, even seeming to step out of the mirror, their edges fuzzy, ephemeral, but their eyes, God, their eyes were all too real. Glowing points of malevolent light in the suffocating darkness, filled with an ancient, insatiable hunger that made my skin crawl, every nerve-ending scream in silent terror. I pressed myself against the door, my back flat against the cold wood, my heart threatening to burst out of my chest, a frantic drum against my ribs. This couldn't be real. It had to be a dream. A hallucination. Anything but reality. One of the shadow figures, taller and more defined than the others, glided towards me, its arm, if you could even call it that, reaching out, elongating unnaturally. I could feel the profound, sucking cold emanating from it, a bone-deep chill that seemed to draw the very life, the warmth, out of the air around it. No, I whimpered, a thin, reedy sound, squeezing my eyes shut, a futile attempt to make them disappear. This isn't real. This isn't happening. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, and now, horrifyingly, I could make out words. My name. Over and over again, interspersed with phrases that made no sense, chillingly alien. Join us, they seemed to hiss. Become one with the void. I don't know how long I stood there, trembling, caught between the paralyzing grip of terror and the desperate denial of disbelief. But suddenly, abruptly, there was a new sound, sharp and familiar, cutting through the insidious whispers, knocking. Someone was knocking on the door. Hey! A gruff, exasperated voice called out, muffled but clear. Keep it down in there. People are trying to sleep. The voice. So normal. So human. It broke whatever malevolent spell had fallen over the room, a jarring intrusion of reality. I spun around, fresh hope surging through me, pounding on the door with both fists, desperate, frantic blows. Help! I screamed, my voice raw and cracking. Please, help me. I'm trapped. There was a moment of stunned silence on the other side of the door, then the blessed, welcome sound of a key fumbling in the lock. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in a rumpled bathrobe, his face a confused mix of annoyance and dawning concern. I didn't wait for him to speak. I bolted past him, a desperate, gasping blur, running blindly down the hallway and down the creaking stairs, not stopping, not even pausing, until I burst out of the hotel's front doors and into the cool, blessed night air. The night clerk, still behind the counter, looked up from his dog-eared magazine, raising a single, bored eyebrow at my disheveled, wild-eyed appearance. "Problem?" he asked, his voice flat, utterly uninterested, devoid of any genuine concern. I tried desperately to explain what had happened, the words tumbling out in a barely coherent stream of raw terror and disbelief. The clerk's expression never changed, his eyes never widening in surprise or narrowing in disbelief, remaining as vacant and dead as before. When I finished, breathless and shaking, he simply sighed, a long, drawn-out sound of weary resignation, and reached for a dusty ledger. "Room 237, you said?" He flipped slowly through the yellowed pages, then nodded, a knowing, unsettling gesture. "Ah, yes. I should have warned you. That room can be troublesome for some guests." I stared at him, utterly bewildered, unable to process what I was hearing. Troublesome? There were things in there. Shadows that moved. Voices that whispered my name. He shrugged, a casual, dismissive gesture, as if I'd merely complained about a leaky faucet or a broken television. "It's an old hotel. Things happen. I can move you to another room if you'd like." I shook my head vehemently, a wild, frantic motion. "No. No. I'm leaving. I want a refund, and I'm getting out of here." To my profound surprise, he didn't argue. He simply reached into the ancient cash register, counted out some bills with slow, deliberate movements, and pushed them across the counter. "Sorry for the inconvenience," he said, in a tone that suggested he was anything but sorry, his eyes devoid of emotion. "Drive safely." I snatched the money and my car keys, which I'd thankfully left at the front desk, and all but ran to my car. As I peeled out of the parking lot, tires squealing, I risked a final glance in my rearview mirror. The hotel stood silent and dark, a hulking, ominous silhouette against the pre-dawn sky, its vacancy sign now eerily turned off. For a fleeting, horrifying moment, I thought I saw a face in one of the upper windows, gaunt, pale, with glowing, malevolent eyes. But then I blinked, and it was gone. I drove through the night, fueled by pure, raw adrenaline and an all-consuming terror, not stopping until the sun was high in the sky and I was 3 states away. Even then, in the bright, reassuring light of day, I couldn't shake the chilling feeling that something, some part of that darkness, had followed me out of that room. In the years since that terrifying night, I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was sheer exhaustion, or the brutal stress of the cross-country drive, or some insidious, hallucinogenic mold growing in the ancient walls of that old hotel. But deep down, in the cold, quiet core of my being, I know the truth. There are places in this world where the veil between realities is thin, almost transparent, where things that shouldn't exist, things that defy logic and sanity, can slip through the cracks. And sometimes, all it takes is opening the wrong door, stepping into the wrong space, to find yourself face to face with the stuff of nightmares, with the very fabric of terror. I never did make it to that job interview. Instead, I drove home, packed up my apartment, and moved to a new city, desperate to put as much distance as possible between myself and that hotel, between myself and the memory of room 237. I don't travel much anymore, and when I do, I always insist on a room that isn't at the end of the hall. But no matter where I go, no matter how far I run, I can't escape the indelible memory of room 237. Sometimes, in the dead of night, when the world is silent, I still hear those whispers, low and sibilant, calling my name, inviting me to join them in the impenetrable darkness. And I wonder, with a chill that goes bone deep, if maybe a part of me never truly left that room at all. Story 12. The low growl of my truck's engine echoed through the dense, oppressive forest as I navigated the unfamiliar, winding mountain road. The GPS, a once reliable digital lifeline, had gone haywire miles back, its screen a dead, mocking blank. Now, with the sun dipping below the jagged tree line, painting the sky in bruised, ominous hues of purple and red, I was beginning to regret my impulsive decision to take this so-called shortcut. Little did I know, this single wrong turn would lead me straight into the ironclad clutches of a brotherhood I never asked to join, and a night that would claw at my sanity and haunt my dreams for the rest of my days. I'd been a long-haul trucker for the better part of 2 decades. I thought I'd seen it all, endless, monotonous stretches of highway, quirky, bizarre roadside attractions, and my fair share of strange, unsettling encounters at truck stops. But nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for what I was about to experience in the untamed, primordial depths of the Pacific Northwest. It started innocently enough. I was running significantly behind schedule on a cross-country run from Seattle to Boise, a tight deadline looming. A fellow driver, a grizzled old-timer with a knowing gleam in his eye, at my last truck stop had tipped me off about a lesser-known, supposedly faster route through the mountains. "Shaves a good 3 hours off the trip," he'd said with a conspiratorial wink, his voice low. "Just keep your wits about you. The locals can be a bit peculiar." I should have heeded the subtle warning in his tone, the way his smile didn't quite reach his eyes, but the allure of making up lost time, of hitting my deadline, was too strong, too tempting to resist. So there I was, my 18-wheeler lumbering down a road that seemed to get narrower, more overgrown, and impossibly darker with each passing mile. The first undeniable sign that something was profoundly amiss came when I rounded a particularly sharp, blind bend and found myself, with a sudden, sickening lurch of dread, face to face with a makeshift roadblock. A haphazard collection of old tires, splintered logs, and rusted barrels had been dragged across the road. A group of burly, rough-looking men, their faces illuminated by the harsh, almost blinding glare of a handful of strategically placed floodlights, stood grimly behind it. I slowed the massive rig to a hesitant stop, my hand hovering instinctively over the door lock. One of the men, taller and broader than the rest, approached my window, his beard wild and unkempt, his eyes gleaming with an intensity that set my nerves on edge, a predatory glint. "Evening, driver," he called out, his voice gruff, surprisingly deep, but not unfriendly. "Bit off the beaten path, aren't you?" I explained my predicament, my current run, my need to make up time, hoping they'd simply point me in the right direction, offer a terse warning, and send me on my way. The bearded man exchanged quick, silent glances with his companions, a rapid, unspoken communication passing between them, a silent agreement. "Well now," he said, turning back to me with a slow, unnerving smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, a predatory baring of teeth. Seems like fate's brought you to us tonight. Why don't you pull over there and join us for a spell? We don't get many visitors up this way. Every instinct, every fiber of my being, screamed at me to politely decline, to insist on finding another route, to turn around immediately. But as I opened my mouth to do just that, to voice my refusal, I noticed more figures, dark and imposing, emerging silently from the deeper shadows of the woods. They flanked my truck, moving with a chilling fluidity, effectively boxing me in. The choice was clear. I could play along, force a smile, pretend to be a compliant guest. Or well, I didn't want to think about or. With a forced, shaky smile, I maneuvered my massive rig to the side of the narrow, overgrown road, the engine rumbling its protest. As I climbed down from the cab, my boots sinking slightly into the soft earth, I was immediately struck by the strange, almost ritualistic atmosphere that permeated the clearing. A large bonfire roared in the very center, its hungry flames licking at the night sky, casting wild, dancing shadows across the faces of 24 or so men. They were a motley, disparate crew. Some looked like fellow truckers, their faces weathered and road-worn, others like they'd stepped straight out of a biker gang, clad in leather and denim. But they all shared the same unnervingly intense gaze, a look that made me feel like a rabbit caught in a snare, utterly exposed. "Welcome, brother," the bearded man, Grizzly, said, clapping me on the shoulder with enough jarring force to make me stumble, nearly losing my balance. "I'm Grizzly, and you've just stumbled into the annual gathering of the Road Wolves." Road Wolves? The name tickled something in the back of my mind, a faint, unsettling echo. I'd heard whispers, urban legends really, hushed tales exchanged at truck stops, about a secret society of truckers, a shadowy brotherhood. But I'd always dismissed them as mere campfire stories, tall tales spun by lonely drivers to pass the endless, monotonous hours on the road. Grizzly, his arm now slung casually over my shoulder, led me towards the roaring fire, its heat a searing presence. As I approached, a grimy mason jar, filled with a clear, viscous liquid, was pressed into my trembling hands. "Our own special brew," he said with a wide, knowing wink, his eyes glittering in the firelight. "Drink up. The night's just getting started." I took a tentative sip, the acrid odor assaulting my nostrils, and nearly choked. It was like liquid fire, raw and potent, burning a searing path down my throat and settling in my stomach with an immediate, radiating warmth that quickly spread through my limbs, a dizzying heat. Around me, the other men, their faces now ruddy and flushed in the firelight, raised their own jars in a collective toast. "To the open road," Grizzly bellowed, his voice a booming, guttural roar. "To the open road." The others echoed, their voices a rumbling, guttural chorus that seemed to shake the very trees, vibrating through the earth. As the night wore on, fueled by more of that potent, fiery moonshine, the gathering slowly, subtly, took on an almost ritualistic, ceremonial feel. The men shared stories, wild, improbable tales of impossible drives through raging, impossible storms, of narrow, desperate escapes from relentless law enforcement, and of chilling encounters with things that simply couldn't be explained by the harsh, rational light of day. I found myself, despite my initial apprehension, slowly being swept up in it all, the rational part of my brain dulled and numbed by the powerful alcohol and the infectious, primal energy of the group. When Grizzly, his face a mask of solemn ceremony, finally announced that it was time for me to prove my worth, to truly join their ancient ranks, I didn't hesitate. The alcohol had blurred the edges of my fear, replaced it with a strange, reckless bravado. "The test is simple," he said, his eyes glittering with an unnerving, almost maniacal light in the flickering firelight. "You must face the mountain ghost." A sudden, profound hush fell over the entire group, the only sound the crackle of the fire. I looked around, confused, a knot of unease tightening in my stomach. The mountain ghost? An older man, his face a tapestry of scars, leaning in close, his voice a low, gravelly whisper. "Legend has it there's a stretch of road up ahead, a few miles from here, that's haunted by the spirit of a trucker who went off the edge, years ago. They say if you can make it past his territory without blinking, without flinching, without showing any fear, he'll let you pass. But if you show fear," he drew a grim, deliberate finger across his own throat. I laughed nervously, a reedy, unconvincing sound, trying to dismiss it all, trying to convince myself it was a joke. "You're joking, right? This is just some initiation prank." But the grim, unwavering seriousness on their faces, the intensity in their eyes, told me, with a chilling certainty, this was no joke. Grizzly, his expression unreadable, handed me a set of keys, cold and heavy in my palm. "Take my rig. It's fueled up and ready to go. Make it to the other side, and you'll be one of us. Fail and well, let's just say we won't be seeing you again." The powerful moonshine in my system wrestled with my dwindling common sense, a losing battle. This was insane. I should just get in my own truck, turn around, and get the hell out of there, speed away as fast as possible. But a part of me, a part one didn't fully understand, a deep-seated, irrational urge, wanted to prove myself to these men, to earn their respect, wanted to be a part of something bigger, more ancient, more mysterious than just another lonely trucker on an endless highway. Before I truly knew what I was doing, before I could second guess, I was behind the massive wheel of Grizzly's truck, the engine rumbling ominously beneath me, a monstrous beast waiting to be unleashed. The road ahead was pitch black, a vast, hungry maw, the only illumination coming from the twin beams of the headlights, stark white swords cutting through the thick, swirling fog that had suddenly settled, cold and oppressive, over the mountain. "Remember," Grizzly said, his face appearing suddenly at my window, his eyes gleaming, "no matter what you see, no matter what happens, don't stop. Don't even slow down. The ghost feeds on fear." With a deep, shuddering breath, I put the truck in gear and started slowly, deliberately, down the mountain road, plunging into the inky blackness. The first few miles were uneventful, a winding path through dense, silent forest, the only sound the hum of the engine. But as I rounded a particularly sharp, blind bend, the air in the cab suddenly grew impossibly cold, a bone-deep chill that permeated my very being. My headlights flickered erratically, briefly dying, and for a terrifying, fleeting moment, I could have sworn I saw a figure standing motionless in the middle of the road. A man, dressed in old-fashioned trucker's clothes, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated rage and profound despair. I blinked, my eyes watering from the cold, and he was gone, vanished as if he'd never been there. My heart was pounding now, a frantic, desperate drum, but I kept my foot steady on the gas, a grim determination. "It's not real," I told myself, a desperate mantra, over and over again. "It's just your imagination. Just a trick of the light." But then I heard it, a low, mournful moan that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once, a chilling lament carried on the wind. The steering wheel grew impossibly icy under my hands, numbing my fingers, and the truck began to shake violently, vibrating with an unnatural, terrifying force. In my side mirror, a distorted reflection, I caught a glimpse of something impossible, something that defied all logic and sanity, a ghostly big rig. It was bearing down on me, silent and massive, its phantom headlights blazing with an unholy, blinding intensity. At the wheel, a horrifying parody, was the same figure I'd seen in the road, but now his eyes were burning, glowing with an unearthly, malevolent light, twin embers of pure hatred. Every instinct screamed at me to slam on the brakes, to pull over, to abandon the truck and run screaming into the woods, to escape this nightmare. But Grizzly's words echoed relentlessly in my mind, a chilling command: don't stop. Don't even slow down. The ghost feeds on fear. I gripped the wheel tighter, my knuckles white, and pressed down hard on the accelerator, pushing the monstrous rig to its absolute limit, a desperate act of defiance. The ghost truck drew closer, its presence a suffocating weight, its horn blaring with a sound that chilled me to my very soul, a mournful, echoing wail of despair. I could feel icy, phantom fingers brushing the back of my neck, a breath of profound cold, hear whispers, sibilant and insidious, promising a swift, painless end if I'd just give in to my fear, if I'd just surrender. But I didn't. I kept my eyes fixed rigidly on the road ahead, a narrow, winding tunnel of light in the impenetrable darkness, even as the world around me seemed to twist and warp, distorting reality. The towering trees became grasping, skeletal hands, reaching for me, beckoning me to my doom. The thick fog formed into leering, grotesque faces, their silent mouths twisted in a mockery of laughter. Still, I drove on, a relentless, desperate force. Just when I thought I couldn't take any more, when the pressure in my head felt like it would split my skull wide open, when every nerve ending screamed in agony, I burst through a shimmering wall of mist. The ghost truck vanished, dissolving into nothingness. The whispers faded, replaced by the mundane hum of my own engine. And suddenly, impossibly, I was just driving down a normal mountain road. The world returned to its mundane reality. I brought the truck to a shuddering, violent stop, my whole body shaking uncontrollably, every muscle screaming in protest, a violent tremor that wouldn't cease. In the distance, through the thinning fog, I could see lights, a warm, inviting glow, the gathering of the road wolves. I'd made it through. As I slowly, carefully drove back to the clearing, my mind raced, a chaotic maelstrom of terror and disbelief. What had I just experienced? Was it real? A genuine encounter with the supernatural? Or was it some elaborate, meticulously orchestrated hoax, a terrifying initiation rite? Or had the potent moonshine and the sheer power of suggestion simply overwhelmed my senses, conjuring a phantom in my exhausted mind? The road wolves were waiting for me, their faces a complex mix of anticipation, relief, and a profound, newfound respect. As I climbed down from the cab, my legs shaky, barely able to support my weight, Grizzly approached, his imposing figure silhouetted against the dying fire. "You did it, brother," he said, his voice filled with genuine, booming pride, clapping me on the shoulder again, a bone-jarring clap. "You faced the ghost and came out the other side. Welcome to the road wolves." The others cheered, a guttural, triumphant roar, clapping me on the back and pressing more of that fiery moonshine into my hands, a silent offering. As the adrenaline slowly faded, replaced by a lingering exhaustion, I felt a strange, unsettling sense of belonging washed over me, a primal connection I hadn't expected. I had faced something utterly beyond explanation, something truly terrifying, and I had survived. I was now part of something ancient and mysterious, a brotherhood bound by the unspoken secrets of the open road, by shared horror and triumphant survival. As dawn broke over the mountains, painting the sky in soft hues of pink and gold, I climbed back into my own truck, a familiar comfort. Grizzly handed me a small, heavy medallion, cool against my palm, a snarling wolf's head, intricately carved. For protection, he said with a final wink, his eyes glinting in the rising sun. And to remind you that you've got brothers out there now. Whenever you need us, just hold this and think of tonight. We'll find you. I pulled away, tires crunching on the gravel, my mind still reeling from the night's impossible events, forever altered. As I merged back onto the main highway, its asphalt a smooth, familiar ribbon stretching to the horizon, I caught sight of the medallion, glinting in the early morning sun, a silent, chilling reminder of my initiation. I knew, with a certainty that settled deep in my bones, that my life on the road would never be the same. The highways stretched out before me, full of possibility and hidden, unspeakable dangers. But now, for better or worse, I was a road wolf. And the open road, with all its shadowed corners and hidden terrors, would never be able to hide its deepest secrets from me again.